This thing ain't easy to fucking put on, okay? This is unmuted, right? Let me turn the lo-fi down. Howdy, everybody. What have I done to Pavwa? Pavwa's a crazy alt name for Pavise, though. What have you done with Lord Pavwa? You know what? I was thinking about putting on the chainmail. Because I now own chainmail. But I was like, I don't know if I want to wear chainmail for the whole fucking stream. I can wear a helmet for a bit, okay? I can wear a helmet for a bit, but I don't know if I wanted the full chainmail fit on. What's with my voice? I've got sick, which may or may not be related to the LARP, which you have no idea. You have no idea the stories, the tales, the chicanery that I'm about to regale you with. All right, you have no clue. You have no clue. Why does the helmet have a hanging piece? Are you just talking about? It's just a strap. Like, this is just a strap done up, or not done up properly, but it's just a strap. Which, I mean, you can tuck it wherever you want, you know? But yeah, I'm not gonna wear this very long. It's also like, let me face head on and put it on if you want. Like, I don't have a sword either, but yeah, you have no idea. This is about to be, and I'm not joking, we've had some good yappas. It's gonna be generational. It's actually gonna be generational. You have no clue, dude. You know the saying, there's years where weeks happen and there's weeks where years happen, or something like that. This is this is a singular week where years happen type beat. All right, that's the type of wavelength that we're on for this stream. All right, that's the type of wavelength we're on. Also, I just realized the song name isn't on. There we go. How many stories? So I have a notepad here, and I'm just gonna read off the agenda for today, okay? Or what may or may not be stories about. I'll just give you the one-liner I wrote down for them. The Hungar Camp. The Dice Hamlet with Dice Catapult. Combat Training. The Piss Deck. Attempting to Survive. The Pirate Party. The Roman Encampment. The Bedlam Boys. The Trebuchet Girls. Can I Join ? The Cheating Aussies. Bug Gambling. The Cannon. The Cannonballs on the Bed. Oh my god, I forgot about that. There's more. I'm not gonna list. Some of the titles are too spoilery if I just say them. But you have no clue. You have no clue what you're about to hear. Also, I am gonna take the helmet off. I'm gonna take the helmet off and put a hat on. Okay? I'm sorry. That's enough for the bit. It's enough for the bit to say hello, but do you really? I can't take myself seriously being in the helmet. All right? I mean, does chat you guys really want me in the helmet? Because I will wear the helmet. I don't want to, but if chat really wants it, I'll keep it on. You can get an idea of actually, nah, it's not accurate to what I was looking like most of the time. The nose piece is really not it. Can I see in that? Yeah, I can see very clearly. The nose piece, though, is necessary, okay? Because there's a real combat. And when you're wearing glasses, if you don't have, like, a piece down here, like, basically, having this nose piece here prevented a bunch of strikes from making it through to hit me in the face. So it doesn't matter. That is really not it. It saved my life. So you know what? That's all that matters. All right? It saved my life. And once you see the footage, you will understand why this was necessary. Anyways, first of all, real quick, do people even know what I did in the week? Because I feel like I mentioned it briefly. Do people actually know where I went and for what? Or I just need to know how much context I need to give. I need to know where to start. Absolutely not. I know you went to Evo. You know what's crazy? I did go to Evo. We will not have time for Evo stories. Like, at all. Also, I'm trying to take a sip of water. Look at this. I'm trying to take a sip of water. Look at this. It's in the fucking... the nose piece, bro. The nose. I can't fucking take a sip. I can't. Man, medieval problems, man. That's some medieval problems. Also, do I have this thing on straight? I think now I do. The problem is that I'm going to be looking to the side a lot, like this. So it won't look like it's on straight, but it's on straight. It's on straight. Yo, yeah, just medieval things. Yeah, don't you hate it when you try to take a sip of water and your helmet gets in the way? Fucking hell, man. Shit fucking blows. Alright. So. Alright. I want to give you guys some, I guess, in medias res to kick off this story, okay? Let me skip to... Do I have this image? Because I'm going to turn this into probably a highlight containing all of these stories. So I need to have a narrative intro, okay? So, if you looked at the thumbnail of this stream or video, whatever form you're consuming this in, you might be wondering, how the fuck did this happen? You also might be wondering, yeah, you're also probably tuning in to me wearing a helmet fucking randomly, but like, you might be wondering, how the fuck did I get in this situation? Bro, that's an actual Pavise. Here's the thing, I wish I had an actual Pavise. This is not an actual Pavise, unfortunately. This is a simple, meager shield. It is nothing compared to a real Pavise, alright? So, in order to get to this point in the story, where I am wearing full chainmail, with a sword and a shield, with a helmet, fully geared for battle, and to go to war, we're going to need to go back, and I'm going to need to introduce you to a wonderful place called Biccolene. Alright? Now, Biccolene, for those who do not know, Biccolene is a giant medieval fantasy LARP location in real life. Alright? It has hundreds of buildings. It can support up to thousands of people living there at a time. And within the walls, within the boundaries of Biccolene, you are now in a fantasy world. Alright? What's LARP? For those unaccustomed to LARP, LARP stands for Live Action Roleplay. Alright? People live there? Well, yes and no. I'll get into it. But Live Action Roleplay. Basically, you pretend to be a part of this world. Alright? And Biccolene is actually one location in this ginormous fictional world that has been created. So yes, it is like D&D IRL. That's a very basic way to put it. But yes, it's D&D IRL. Now, Biccolene is a place in rural, I guess not rural, it's in the mountains of Quebec, in the national parks and the kind of forests of Quebec, let's say. And Bickerleen hosts LARP events all year round. So no matter what season, time of year, they host a LARP events where you can go and, you know, be in another world, basically. And once a year, they hold an event, a huge event, and it is called La Grande Bataille. All right? And La Grande Bataille is an event where thousands of people all come to Bickerleen for a giant battle. All right? A giant battle. We're talking thousands and thousands of people. Gear up, put on chainmail, get, you know, foam, boffle, and latex weapons, and do battle. All right? Now, how the fuck did I end up here? Okay. I was at the Battle of Eagle and Lion. Unironically, yes. Unironically, literally something like that. So, basically, I had a friend reach out to me who was going to the Grande Bataille, to Bickerleen. And they reached out to me asking, or a couple of friends. A couple of friends reached out to me and they're like, we need a place to stay before and after the event. Here's the event we're going to. We want to stay at your apartment just before and after. Is that okay? And I'm like, okay. What is this? I get sent a video. It explains everything basically I just told you. And I'm like, bet, I'll come with. I'm not gonna, when I'm presented with an opportunity to do something new I've never done before, which, for reference, I have never LARPed in my life. Okay? I don't own a single fucking piece of armor or any equipment. I don't own jack shit. I've never done this before. But when someone presents an opportunity and an offer like that, especially, you know, one of my friends had a lot of LARP experience, you know, you have to take this up. You have to take this up. And so I said yes. And that is who I went to Bickerleen with. I went to Bickerleen with a couple of friends, one of which who was extremely experienced in LARPing. So honestly, they were massive MVP. They brought a giant suitcase full of shared clothes, so I didn't have to buy everything. We had a shared pool of armor and swords and a whole bunch of other stuff that I can't even begin to list. A whole bunch of stuff that set this up where, you know, going with someone more experienced that's done this before was like actually made it so much smoother and was really helpful. Yeah, so big shout outs to Kat. Regardless, I accept the offer, and so I don't even know where to begin. Let me look at my notes. Okay, also, I don't know how much longer I can wear the helmet, y'all. It is kind of heavy. I did wear this thing into battle, but I don't know if it's the most comfortable thing. Okay, so chat. Okay, how should I tell this? Do you want this the chronological way or the greatest hits way? Was permadeath on? No, but we can get into that. Because there's a lot of stories. If I go chronologically, I'm not sure if it'll work. But also, if I just do greatest hits, there might be context from previous stuff missing. Dude, I can't fucking take a sip of water with this fucking helmet on. I'm sorry, I'm taking the helmet off. I'm taking the helmet off. I'm sorry, helmet enjoyers. I'm taking it off. Oh my god, my hair is completely fucked. I'm taking the helmet off, alright? I'll put the helmet... I'll keep the helmet in frame, okay? I'll put the helmet back. There you go. I'll put the helmet in the background. All right, so you know it's here. It's just it was kind of annoying. All right. So another thing to note about Bicolian also. At all times, when you are outside of your tent, you need to be what is called in decorum, which means you cannot wear anything modern reading while you are outside of your tent. You must be, 1, in character, and 2, in the garb of the time. Now that's flexible in terms of location, but the general time period is like Middle Ages, like type attire. And honestly, buying into that is a big part of the experience. When you're walking around this location, think of it like a Ren fair on crack cocaine. Okay? Like, when you're walking around and everyone's in attire and in character, for the most part, there's times where you break a character, and honestly, the LARP elements, you kind of get back what you put in. I wasn't super into the actual LARP character stuff. What the crowd would have thought it'd been Ket. I mean, there were a lot of drugs, but honestly, it was more of a shrooms and weed crowd than a Ket crowd, to be fair, alright? No, you can't wear t-shorts and flip-flops. T-shorts? You can't wear t-shirts and flip-flops and have like an eat, sleep, game, repeat, you know, fucking t-shirt with a backward snapback, okay? You can't just walk around, alright? Unfortunately, you can't walk around in a Triforce TM cargo shorts. Apparently it's not decorum. I know, literally 1984, alright? They want to fucking keep a man down. But no, you can't wear that shit. You can't wear that shit. Alright? You can't wear that shit. I also just realized my noise canceling was on, so I don't want to get another noise complaint. Alright. I should be talking at a more correct volume now. I need to make a D&D character with a Triforce T and cargo shorts. Maybe that is on the agenda. What about your glasses? Glasses are fine. There's some exceptions. All right, there's some exceptions, but yes, glasses are fine. You can wear glasses. Also, am I not crazy? Like, didn't glasses exist back in the day? Glasses are fine. Glasses are fine. Although a lot of people do opt to wear contacts. But I hate wearing contacts, so yeah, they had spectacles. Okay, fair enough. Yes, my spectacles were on, alright? So, you know what? I think I will go chronologically, because there's some stories in here I think that you need previous stuff to understand later parts of the story. Or multiple stories, okay? So, one thing you need to know about the first couple days at the Grand Battaglia Bicoli, alright? 1, it is fucking hot. And humid. Like, record-breaking heat and humidity for the area, for the time. Okay? And keep in mind, they don't have AC installed anywhere, alright? And 2, you are camping. You can have a private building or you can get a cabin, but we were camping. In fact, I have a picture of the camp right here. Look at the fucking grass. Look at the fucking grass, okay? Shit was dry. Well, not dry, it was the opposite of dry, but the grass was fucking dying, okay? Alright? And also, the camping itself also has to be decorum, okay? So that's another thing to know, alright? There is a dedicated area for non-decorum camping, but I was not in there. I was not in that area. I was in the decorum camping area. What about the bathroom? That is the one modern amenity. And by modern, I mean outhouses. Okay? So, modern with an asterisk. It also is really funny walking into outhouses and seeing, like, or walking into the outhouse area and seeing a bunch of people in medieval clothing just walking and going in and out of outhouses. That shit is fucking funny. Alright? And people don't skimp on the outfits. In fact, I don't have a picture of myself in clothes. But when I say I was walking around feeling like a level 1 peasant, I'm not joking. That is exactly what it felt like. Alright? The amount of drip that some people had was insane. Like, the fits were crazy. And I was, no disrespect to the clothes that were brought, because honestly, there was actually some fits later in the week once I figured out how to mix and match stuff that really worked. But early on, it was walking around in default, I guess, peasant clothes and seeing people with, like, gilded robes, giant, extremely elaborate swords, fancy-ass fucking hats. The hat game was insane. The hat game, dude, the feather in cap game. Insane. Absolutely insane. Alright, were the weapons also decorum? Yes. Weapons are also part of decorum. Another thing, horses! And also, this should give you an impression of the heat and the dust. But also, they did have horses, or as the kids say these days, oh my god, they had Uma? Uma in real life? Uma Musume in real life? It actually been a while since I had been around, like, horses. But it made me remember, man, horses stink. Horses also just shit everywhere. And they also kick up a shit ton of dust. Even though, like, cool to see horses, I definitely had forgotten. It'd been a long time where I'm like, bro, all these Uma people online, they literally forget. They literally forget, man. When they're simping, they forget. But I digress. But yes, real life Uma, IRL. Alright? I had horses. I can confirm your sayings. Yeah, no. I don't think anybody would deny those charges. Alright? They wouldn't survive real horses. Exactly. That's what I'm really trying to get at. Okay? But because it was so hot out, it did mean that it wasn't possible to do many activities, because it was just literally like, if you did too much, you would get heat stroke. And there were people on the first day getting heat stroke, and a lot of people's week ended very early because they did not take care of themselves, or they overexerted themselves, or the heat was honestly so bad that anybody could have gotten heat exhaustion or gotten sick. It was really bad. Wasn't this in Canada? Yeah, no, it was in Canada. Oh yeah, it was also smoky because of wildfire smoke. So, dude, Miguel, do you really believe Canada is always cold? Like, is Canada, how can you get heat stroke? That's bait. That's bait. Miguel, you live in an area close enough to Canada where, yeah, that's bait. I'm not biting on that one. All right, you live in New Jersey. I'm not biting on that one. All right, I know that you know better and you're trolling. Okay, but yes, you could drink water regularly. Yes, they did have water spigots where you could refill your water bottles, but your water bottles also had to be decorum. So keep that in mind too. I mainly had a glass bottle that I was refilling and carrying around. But I think that's enough, I guess, set up in context. I'm looking through my stories here. Honestly, the first day when you first get there is mainly exploring. You're walking around, you're taking in everything for the first time. What would an indecorum bottle look like? You know what's crazy? I'll just go get my bottle. It's right there. So you're also going to get some environmental storytelling here, because you'll notice the cork is completely stuck. You'll notice the cork is that this went horribly wrong at some point. But you know what? For the vast majority of the week, this was my lifesaver, okay? This was my lifesaver. But yeah, this is actually, no joke, IRL vulnerary. You're not... No joke. Actual IRL vulnerary. But yeah, this was... I got this at a thrift store. And yeah, this was in decorum, and also this, like, handle was great for just either holding it, but also it actually snapped onto belts. Like, this snapped onto belts really easily and was really, like, convenient. Can you just push it in? Insane guy, have you ever heard the expression of a cork in a bottle? Have you ever heard that expression? Do you know where that comes from? Can't you just push it in? Oh yeah, then how would I get the cork out? I don't think you thought that one through, insane guy. How do I get the cork out of the bottle? When you figure it out, tell me, alright? When you figure it out, tell me, and maybe we can rewrite the saying, alright? We can rewrite it together. You don't get it out, you just let it flow. Duh, I should have known. I should have known that's what you do when corks are in, you know, metaphorical bottles. Just break it. Also true. That I didn't think of that. Just fucking break it. Anyways, I'm looking at my chronology here, but yeah, day one, lots of exploring. All right, and this place truly is beautiful. Actually, let me see if I can get a pic up of the. Actually, it will take me a bit, but of like the village area. I mean, you can just look at this. Honestly, this sells it almost in of itself. Like, you can see the encampments all set up. You can see a lot of the buildings here. I think this is the area where the fort is, and yes, there is a fort. It's not in view here, but there is a giant fort. It is just incredible. So just honestly walking around, exploring, there's so many cool places. All right, just to list off a few, there's the there's New Town and Old Town. Can we see your house from here? Like my real house? In terms of where I was encamped, it would probably have been not here. I don't know if it's in view in this picture, actually. I don't think it's in view. But yeah, this isn't a beautiful area, but exploring, just to list some locations that are just around. There's the Viking encampment. There is the Dwarf village. Like New Town, Old Town, the Monster Pit, the Troll Ball field, the Old Fort, which also has a giant trebuchet lined up against it. And when I say like a giant trebuchet, I'm talking like a 2-scale trebuchet, just chilling. All right. They have old-fashioned pubs. So yeah, honestly, walking around, actually, a lot of the buildings are actually private in the sense that people buy and, like, you know, own the buildings, and they are canonically the property of a guild. So you're actually not supposed to just walk into any place and be like, hey, what's up? Like, that's actually, it's the equivalent of walking into somebody's house randomly and being like, sup guys, how's it going? Like, that's the equivalent, which me and my friends discovered very quickly on day one, because we were exploring and we came across what was called the Hungar Camp. All right, and we were in a forest, and there was 2 signs, and one of the signs pointed to the Hungar Camp, and it had like a blood splatter all over the sign. Or like that seems cool. Like, let's go this way. Let's check it out. Maybe it didn't happen in that exact wording or order, but basically we head toward the Hungar Camp. All right, and there's a smaller group or a couple of people walking ahead of us, and they get stopped by people. And we're assuming, or I was assuming, that, oh, those are just like, this was like in distance ahead of us. At least, again, I assumed that was just, oh, they're just people who know each other talking. So we walk past them into the camp. And then someone, dude, I kid you not, I have never felt so many fucking eyeballs on me in my entire life. I felt every pair of eyeballs in 100-meter radius. I felt them fucking piercing me. I don't think I've felt that in my entire life. Like, that many people fucking just staring and looking at you of like, what the fuck are you doing? literally drew aggro. Literally, like, everybody like looking at you in this entire camp. And someone stopped us. They're like, hey, what are you doing here? Or like, oh, we're just passing through. We're exploring. It's our first time here. We're exploring. And they're like, all right, well, we'll let you through this time, but not next time. Or like, okay, bye. And then Scooby-Doo SFX fucking getting out of that fucking place. But apparently, there's some more context to the story I'll add later. But apparently on day 0, this is quite a common occurrence. People who are new walking into places that they're not aware that they're not supposed to walk into, or they're not familiar with the rules of like who owns what space and what's open to everybody, and like who kind of just has control over who gets in and out. So it's a common thing that happens. One of my friends walked into the elf forest on day 0, and apparently an elf just started making noises at them in an unknown elven or some fucking language. I wasn't there for this, but they said that they walked into the elf forest and got basically heckled and harassed out by an elf. They have an elf forest? Yes, they do have an elf forest. They do. A lot of people actually, like, when it's a fantasy setting. All right, there's elves, there's monsters, there's gnomes, there's dwarves. Like, it's fantasy. All right. The proper name for elf language is Turbo Nerd. Miguel, why are you casting stones from glass houses? Why is the chess player fucking... Is it literally the biggest... I don't know how you could live in more glass a house than Miguel O to be casting these types of stones. What the fuck? And also, second of all, there's like 3... I'd say there's still 3 archetypes of people that are at Picoline, all right? On the one hand, you do in fact have the turbo nerds, okay? The turbo nerds are there, and they're in full force, okay? But second, you have the literal Viking gods walking around, okay? I'm talking about people, if you Google search, like, Viking, you get exact image, like, duplication search results if you put these people in, okay? These people are fucking jacked. They have massive beards, and they literally look like Vikings, and they're walking around in fully kitted with fucking axes, okay? All right? And then, I'd say third, Turbo Nerds, literal Vikings. I'm gonna add 2 groups here. You have, while you were partying, I was studying the Blade guy. And then you have I was partying and studying the Blade Guy. And I was partying and studying the Blade Guy is actually infinitely more powerful than while you were partying, I was studying the Blade Guy. There was an Olympic fencer at one point in our encampment who dropped by. And he had a giant like metal tattoo on his chest that was like become your demon or become your like and this guy was fucking cracked. Okay. So but then you have partying and mastered the Blade Guy, and like you have but like they're two distinct people, okay? But you do have the archetypical I studied the Blade. But also I studied the Blade Guy is actually pretty much an invaluable resource, because it turns out that in order to really get kills, you really kind of do need to study the Blade, which I'll get to. But yes, exploring around, got into a few hijinks there of walking in places where we shouldn't, but yeah, very, very cool. It was honestly, it's breathtaking. And along the way, I think this was in my like top line summary where it was like Dice Hamlet with a dice catapult. You killed people? Oh, you sweet summer child. You sweet summer child. You have no clue what the stories I've got later, okay? Anyways, while we're exploring, we're trying to find a shortcut back to camp, and we stumble into this building, and it literally looks like a hobbit hamlet, like built into the hill of one of the, like in the hilly forest. It literally looks like it's straight out of the Shire, including a giant round door. All right, that opens like on a hinge like this, you know what I mean? Where like it just swings open like that. And the guy who owned the building was very fucking French, by the way, or very Quebecois. So we're going back in broken French and English to each other. But he pulls up under the rug a giant ass fucking comic book key. Okay? Puts it into the door, slides it, and unlocks it, and opens the door to let us in. This is just the type of shit you're just encountering on a regular basis, where people are pulling giant comical keys to open giant comical doors that are like straight out of like fantasy movie sets. But yeah, that building was really cool. But the really cool thing about this building is that everything was dice themed. In fact, out front, like this guy had a bunch of dice, and what he had out front, he had a dice catapult. All right, he would grab all these dice. He would put them in like a slotted, specialized catapult to fucking put the dice into, and then wind it up and launch it, and launch the dice. Like, he literally had a specialized catapult for rolling dice. And the dice were like probably about yay big. And he rolled like 8 of them, and it just launched them. And I'm like, dude, this is fucking sick. He then like brought us onto the roof. And the view from the roof of this building was like beautiful. Like, again, very cool moment on day 0 of just exploring, finding some places you wouldn't expect, getting, you know, heckled out of some places you weren't supposed to be, and just stumbling around some like really cool buildings that people have made on the site. Could you be launched by the catapult? Probably not. It was literally made for the dice. Pavise killed a man. We'll get to my confirmed kills later. But again, not yet. We're not at the battle yet, by the way. Alright? But yeah, that's a summary of day 0, I'd say. Arriving, getting set up in the camp, coming to terms with how fucking hot it is, exploring around, stumbling into the Hungar camp and being stared out, and also stumbling on a dice catapult, and dice-themed, like, Hobbit Shire type building. That was fucking cool. So yeah, I don't think I have any specific moments from Sunday other than those I have written down. I'm sure there's more that I'm forgetting. But yeah, 300 confirmed kills. I don't think my kill count is 300, but yeah, we'll get into the battles later. So Monday. Do I have a picture for this? I'm trying to look. I don't know if I have a picture for this. I could go to... No, that doesn't work. Do I have a picture for this? You know what? I'll just use this picture for now. I wasn't wearing this in combat training because it was so fucking hot I wouldn't wear this. But essentially, I attended a combat training session. Alright? Now, the way I went to Biccoline, it means I was part of a guild that was mainly full of people who are new. And the guild offered combat training for people who are new. Alright, learn that weapon triangle. You know what I realized, especially doing the combat training? There is no weapon triangle. The real weapon triangle is that lances, spears, and pikes just beat everything. That is the real weapon triangle. That's the actual real life meta. Alright? There's no axes fucking beating lances or swords beating axes. It's just fucking lances and pikes beating everything, man. Pole arms are fucking broken as shit. Okay? They're fucking broken. And you quickly realize this when you're doing this combat training. In this combat training, I think I was using a pole arm. I was using a pole arm and a small shield. And I wasn't wearing any armor. In fact, they said, it was so hot, they said, don't wear any armor for this training. You should be fine. Why don't you just use magic? There is magic in this world, but in combat, it's only for healing. But we'll get into other stuff related to battling as well. But basically, we got instructed on the rules of combat, which I'll relay to you right now. And we'll see how well I retained the rules. Because basically, when you're doing these LARP battles, there's rules for when you're dead and, you know, if you get hit somewhere, and there's armor class rules. Like, there's a lot of stuff. Basically, if you are wearing no armor, if you get hit in an area, so if I get hit in my arm by an enemy weapon, I now lose that arm. So, like, it's basically, I have to put it behind my back. I can no longer use that arm. If I lose my other arm, I can no longer use this arm either. Same thing with legs. Although if you get hit in the legs, you lose your legs, period. Your legs are one spot. If you lose a leg, you have to go down on your knees. And if you are ever hit in the chest or on top of the head, not the face, on top of the head, you are dead. You're just dead. And they went over a bunch of specialized rules, because there's different rules and situations for different weapon types, right? Like, there's rules for how you use the pole arms. There's rules for how you use... There's archers, and there's archery too, and there's rules for that as well. But the main takeaway is what I just told you. And then another takeaway is the face is just off limits, just for safety reasons. Like, if you get hit in the face like this... Like, no one is supposed to aim for the face. You're just not supposed to. Do they have those suction cup arrows? No. The arrows actually have giant foam tips. But also, according to the instructors, arrows are still the leading cause of injury in these LARPs. But yes, no neck. No, you can't hit in the neck either. But at the point your neck is becoming your shoulder, that's okay. But you can't aim for directly on the face. If you 360 no-scope someone as an archer, is it considered a team wipe? No. Unfortunately, 360 no-scopes are not mentioned in the rule document. But yeah, once we were all up to date on the rules, we did a mock battle. Or we did a few mock battles. And I quickly realized, holy shit, I suck. And also, this shit is hard. Very first battle. Keep in mind, I'm using a small shield and a big polearm. I instantly get shot in the legs. Like within 2 seconds. 2 seconds I get shot in the legs and I just have to be on my knees. And I'm like, well, I'm just stuck here now. Like I'm just stuck here now, man. And eventually I just get basically put down later because I couldn't even defend myself. I just got shot in the fucking legs in 2 seconds. And I was like, damn, I don't have any way to protect my legs really. I'm a tall guy. Or a tallish guy. So I just got shot in the legs. Lost my legs, had to be on my knees the rest of the battle, and then eventually I tried to fight. And then I just lost because I couldn't move. I was on my... I mean, I still could use, like my pole arm. Like, but I was completely stuck in place. So I'm going to lose to somebody who's mobile, who also has a pole arm. Which is what happened. But yeah, in the mock battles, you just realize, like, especially when you're dealing with weapons with giant range, that this shit's fucking hard. Okay? It was also crazy seeing, and this was on a small scale, but we did some basic shield walls, and seeing, even if it was a small scale battle, I think we had about 100 people in this, like, skirmish. But seeing 2 shield walls go into one another, and the people just going, creeping up toward each other, and the dust cloud getting picked up, and the fucking... Just seeing 2 shield walls collide. I was like, holy shit. Yeah, small scale, 100 people. I'm saying small scale, because I'm gonna show you screenshots when we get to the real battle of how many fucking people there were. And yes, 100 is small scale in this context. It is crazy. But yes, but seeing 2 shield walls collide, I was like, holy shit. This is crazy. But yeah, my first skirmish, I did not do great. Yeah, I didn't do great. But that's to be expected. I was still getting used to it, and also my loadout wasn't great. Using a spear, first of all, I was skirmishing. I was functionally skirmishing even though I had a pole arm, and a place for a pole arm really should be behind the shield wall. So, but skirmishing with a pole arm is actually pretty difficult. If you're skirmishing, you probably want a loadout that is more like what I have here in this picture, which is what I did for the first real battle when it happened. But yeah, training was pretty cool. Training was pretty cool. It was also just really fucking hot. What's a pole arm? Isn't that just like a spear? Yeah, a pole arm is a category of weapon. But a pole arm is just a giant... Like, pole is the emphasis of pole arm. It's an arm, aka a weapon, on a pole. And, like, these pole arms do get really big. How do you differentiate from allies and enemies? In this case, because it was an inter-guild skirmish, it was pretty difficult. You just have to go off position. But in the real battle, you have armbands. And we'll get to the real battle a bit later. But yeah. Training, I realized, holy shit, this is difficult. This is not easy. Yeah. Now, later that night, I think, honestly, one of my favorite parts about this event was just meeting people, to be honest. I'll go back to this screenshot. Or I'll go to this screen. Yeah, one of the best parts of this event was just meeting people. In the evenings, me and my friends, we would, talk to people. At one point, we were mainly talking with this guild in the evenings called Gorgor Bay. And this is one of the oldest guilds in Bicolline. And just sitting down and talking with them, and these are older guys. They're probably in their 50s or in the 50s range. And they've been LARPing at this point for like 30 years total. And sitting down with them and talking with them about the history of the site, the history of their guild's lore, like who they worship, why they worship them, the line of succession, relationship with other guilds. Like, this is the type of stuff where you sit down with people like this, and it's invaluable, and it's really nice. It's really nice. So shout out to Gorgor Bay, specifically Namlock. He's kind of like, I guess, the concierge equivalent, but basically his job at the guild is literally to be at the front door and field people who are either tourists or new and don't know to just wander into the Gorgor Bay area. Do you have to talk in Old English? No. But yeah, we got the lowdown on Gorgor Bay. And basically, they made their... This is crazy. This is the type of stuff that's awesome, and what I loved about Bickerling. Their lore is that they had, like... They were working on an immortality spell, and they tested it on a rat. And though it was actually successful. And they knew it was successful because after they used it on the rat, they couldn't kill the fucking rat. But at that point, they're like, wait, we can't kill this rat. It's literally immortal now. But wait, it's immortal? That means it worked. So we're going to use it on our leader, who's half orc. Or half ogre, I think. It's half ogre. Who's half ogre. And they used it on their leader, and it worked. And to kill the immortal rat, they didn't really kill it. They had their leader eat the immortal rat. They had their half ogre leader eat the immortal rat. So you now had their leader was now immortal with an immortal rat inside of him. And for that year's edition of the battle, their leader, Gorgor Bay, was considered to be a monster on the battlefield. And I'll get into rules about monsters, but essentially Gorgor Bay, in that year's Grand Bataille, went on a fucking killing spree. Okay? They only did it was a one-off thing for that year's battle. But this is the type of things and stories where when you sit down with people and they're telling you as it happened, it's really nice, and you get a sense of history of the place, and you get to connect with people who have been doing this for a long time. And those are some of my favorite moments of, Is Gorgor Bay like a real person or just a character? Both. Like, Gorgor Bay is Gorgor Bay is a character, but that there is a person who is Gorgor Bay, like, who is that person. Like, it's a real person playing that character, and that character does exist within the world. Except they actually don't anymore. For as a guy to mention to you guys that at one point in a divine ritual, Gorgor became the sun. So I forgot to mention that little detail, but there was like a giant event, like in-game event, where Gorgor became the sun. And now actually all of Gorgor Bay's iconography has the sun on it. All their shields and crests and all of that. Their main imagery is blue and red with the sun in the middle. And it's on all their stuff. And this is like canon within the game world, that Gorgor became the fucking sun. So the real person no longer plays that character because that character is now literally the fucking sun. So yeah. Sorry, if you want to be Gorgor, they're literally the fucking sun. So I can't really introduce you. Does the lore expand every year? Yes. And the lore is based around like actual events that's driven by the players. It's not like someone mandates the lore from down. Like, the way it works is players are role-playing and these events happen. There's no real like dungeon master. There's some like game masters who enforce some certain rules about the game world, but otherwise this is all emergent from just years of role-playing. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. Lore Bay. Also, I believe the way this is spelled, just for chat, it's Gorgor I've seen so many spellings of it, but I believe this is the spelling. Just so you know. At least I remember that as the spelling, is Gorgorbe. I saw very funny spellings of it, though. I like it. I like it. Anyways, let me go back to my notes here. So that was Monday, primarily combat training, nighttime stories with Gorgorbe. Also, yeah, no, I'll leave it there. There's another story, but I actually won't tell that one. There's too much to get through. And there will be a follow-up thread with Gorgorbe later, chronologically as well. So, that was day one. Combat training and nighttime stories with Gorgorbe. It was really nice. We were talking, I think, from like 10 p.m. till 1 a.m. with these guys. And it was really cool. It was really cool. Isn't he the son? I thought it was over. No, so Gorgorbe is the guild. Sorry, I get confused myself by that. Gorgorbe is the guild. Gorgor was the leader of Gorgorbe that turned into the sun. Just so it's clear. Just to make that perfectly clear for everyone at home. Alright? Anyways, we get to Tuesday. Now, Tuesday was supposed to be the first grand battle. There was only one problem. It was 33 degrees Celsius with 80% humidity, which meant it felt like 42 Celsius. And so the organizers decided, if we hold the battle in this weather, like, people will... we can't do it, basically. We can't do it. And so, on day 2, the battle was canceled. Not only was the battle canceled, because it had been so hot, the water and the river were at all-time lows, and the site was using so much water that the local water supply was dwindling to 0. And by the local government of the municipality was like, you guys have to shut down the water. Like, we won't have water for our residents if you guys keep using water at this rate, because the water table is like, there's like nothing in the well. Like, there's nothing in the well for us to use, and in the local water supply, we're just using too much, because the local water supply draws from the same water table. So it meant, 1, the showers were closed. 2, the water spigots were closed and shut off. 3, you now have thousands of people in like feels like 44-degree weather trying not to get heat stroke with no fucking water. Oh my god. And basically, it's in my notes. This day is called Attempt to Survive. Because basically, I decided at that point when that was announced, I'm like, okay, I'm doing nothing today. No activities, zip, zilch, nada. I'm not doing a thing, okay? My focus today is to just remain cool, okay? It's just stay in the tent. No, you don't stay in the fucking tent. The tent is a fucking sauna. Tell me you've never camped without telling me you've never camped. Especially decorum camping. Bro, if you stay in the tent, you're gonna fucking burn up to a crisp, man. You can't... You have to just go to the shade. You find any place with a breeze and shade. And that's where you go. That's where you go. That's the only place to go. It's the opposite. No, it is the opposite. If you're in the tent, you will literally burn to a crisp and, catch fire. you want to be in the forest, which is that's where I set up camp. I set up camp in a hammock in the shade with a nice breeze, and I stayed there for hours. And funnily enough, I think that's the most tranquil I've ever been in my entire life, that I can think of at least. Which is crazy to say that when it was so hot outside. But I can't remember the last time I literally did nothing. Like, actually nothing. Because I didn't have my phone, because phones aren't decorum. I hadn't brought any books or anything either. So I was just in the hammock chilling. Just absolutely chilling. And this segues into one of the funniest stories I think of all the entire fucking week. Okay. Because I quickly realized, when you're chilling in the hammocks, and these hammocks were near a prominent gathering area for the guild, you hear everything that everyone is talking about. And not even trying to, I'm not even trying to eavesdrop. Just by chilling in the hammocks, people walk by, they're talking, you hear everything. And this brings us to a very funny story. Because I overhear a guy and a girl talking about a party that's going to be happening in the evening, alright? They're talking, it's a little flirty, alright? And the guy's like, you know, I've got some, I forget what it was. I think I've got some rum in my tent. Before we head over to the party, I'm gonna have some rum. Like, do you wanna get some rum too? And before we head out there, and this is in the afternoon. Like, this isn't in the evening. But I just overhear this conversation. I overhear. And at the time, I don't think anything of it, because I'm like, no way is that gonna have any impact on what I'm doing today. I'm doing nothing. So, you know what? More power to them. They can do that. Now, later in the day, this story, dude, this is so fucking embarrassing. Oh my god. Okay, but it's too funny. It's too funny not to tell. Later in the evening, I've been in the hammocks like basically all day. Embarrassing for you, you have no idea what's about to happen. So, eventually, I'm done in the hammocks. I need to go back and get ready to go for dinner. So I head back to my tent. And I recognize some voices talking in a tent nearby. And it's the same voices I had heard earlier in the day by the hammocks. And it was actually, let me go to my tent camp. So this is a POV from my tent. I was by this bench, and it was I'm not gonna actually say which tent, because I don't know who's gonna watch this later down the line. Maybe they can clear up an understanding. Actually, I don't know. But in one of these tents, I just hear them talking. And for me, I am under the assumption that they're having some drinks before they head out to whatever party. So from the bench, I call out to them. I'm like, hey, are you guys pre-gaming? Not revealing that I've been eavesdropping, but I say, hey, are you guys pre-gaming in there? Assuming they're having drinks. Why? Dude, I'm just asking. Look, you don't realize asking if people are drinking and then getting drinks is very common, okay? Especially in this location. So I asked, hey, you guys pre-gaming in there? Assuming they're drinking, because that's what they've been talking about earlier. I assume they're drinking. And they're like, and the guy's like, oh yeah, but we're just finishing up. We're just done. And I'm like, internally, I'm like, that's a weird response. Usually, they call drinking pre-gaming. Pre-gaming is a very common thing to call drinking before going to a party or drinking before doing something. It's a very common expression. It's very weird to ask someone if they're pre-gaming. The usual response of asking someone if pre-gaming, and especially here, is, yeah, we're pre-gaming, you want to drink. That's the usual interaction. Like 99% of the time when you ask somebody if they're pre-gaming, they will say yes and invite you to join them. I do not get that reply. I get the reply, yeah, but we're done. Which is, it's just a weird reply. And I'm like, this is weird. This is just weird. My internal dialogue is weird. And then I say something inexplicable. Inexplicable, but in the moment, my brain does not process this interaction has not gone correctly. I'm still on the wavelength of I'm getting a drink. So I ask, I'm like, well, I say, well, can I join before you guys head out? And I get the response of just like, no, we're just about to head out, so. And then the girl specifically leaves, and my brain is still click, click, click. Like, I've not processed what the fuck just happened. And then I hear the guy who's still in the camp pop off. He's like, yes, let's go. And finally, it all fucking clicked. It all fucking clicked at once, and I realized what had just actually happened. What kind of reaction is that? They were not drinking. Or if they were drinking, they were done like they said. And I can't confirm this because I didn't see them directly. They were definitely kissing. They were definitely kissing, either just as I had asked them or at some point in that interaction, because there's no other reason this guy pops off. And it explains everything. The pieces just connect. Alright? But then I realize I asked if I could join them. I asked, can I join to them? Wait, no, did they know that I thought they were just drinking and they weren't kissing? I didn't see them. I just heard them talking and asked, and oh, fuck, no. No. Oh my god. I literally, not only did I completely misread it, I probably said the most weird thing possible in that situation. I literally said the most weird thing possible. I literally asked, can I join? To two people, presumably, again, not confirmed, I didn't see it, but all signs point to kissing. And honestly, I was too embarrassed to clear it up. Because, first of all, how the fuck do I clear this up? Do I go up to the guy and I'm like, so were you guys like kissing? Like, no. I can't. I literally can't clear this up without it being even more awkward. So I just have to live with the fact that this guy in a tent nearby me literally just thinks that I wanted in on whatever action he was getting. I have to live with that. I can't, if I go and clear this up, it would be an even worse interaction. So maybe he'd want to share. I don't know. You should have loaded a save. I never wanted to load a save more in my entire life. I never wanted to load a save more in my entire life. It was so fucking funny. In the moment, existential dread and fear upon realizing. An hour later, nah, that's just funny. That shit's actually just fucking funny. Thinking people are drinking and asking if you can join them when they're actually kissing is objectively funny. But those first 15 to 20 minutes where I realized that I had just asked, can I join? Oh man, that shit that's fucking funny. It's fucking funny. Now this evening actually ended up being a lot of fun. Despite the day being a complete write-off, but in a good way of just being in a hammock all day. And eventually they brought in a water truck that you could use to get water for drinking. Eventually they had one out front, which was nice. The evening was actually kind of crazy because every night at Bickeline, they have a big theater. Or not theater. They have a big stage, and there's a musical act every night. And on this night in specific, it was heavy metal. Which went crazy. Heavy metal performance for a medieval village went insane. But not only that, not only was there a heavy metal performance. Alright. There was a party called... This is only day 2. This is only day 2, by the way. There's still a lot more to get through. How many days? 7. But also on this night was the fabled pirate party. Now, the pirate party, I've been hearing about this party in advance of it happening. In the first few days of this, I'm like, man, the pirate party is going to be crazy. Have you heard about the pirate party? It's going to be nuts. Pirates with no ocean. So they actually have like basically a fake, not fake, they have like a ship style or pirate bay like deck thing set up, like a pirate port set up on the river or alongside the river. And it's fucking sick, man. It's really fucking sick. I'm gonna switch back to this view. And to set the stage, to set the scene for this party, when I first walked into it, I saw a merman giving shots to people via his tail. Like, he was set up in a stationary place with a giant tail, that then people were at the bottom of the tail, like, receiving drinks via his tail. Like, and that's the first thing I saw walking into this place. Alright? That's just to fucking set the scene. Just a merman fucking giving the equivalent of a shoey via his tail. Were they drinking his tail juice? It wasn't tail juice. It was drinks being poured down the equivalent of a mini water slide that was a merman's tail. It was crazy. But then, just walking around, another thing about this place, so uneven. Like, the way it's set up, there's a bunch of, like, planks and decks and stuff, which means a bunch of elevation changes in quick succession, which is a disaster when you are giving out free alcohol to everybody in the location. I don't know if you know a lot about drunk people, but they do not deal well with elevation changes, especially ones they cannot see because the area is completely packed like a fucking tin of sardines. So slowly I'm making my way through this crowd in this pirate party. And at this point, I'm sober. I've only had, I think, one drink at this point in the night. I've had like one cider. And even I'm struggling to not fall down. Okay? But then I realize a performance is starting. People are gravitating to this stage they have set up. And I was not expecting, or I did not know this was gonna happen. But all of a sudden, there was a fire burlesque show. just happening. Okay, just genuine. I was like, what is going on? Basically, also I forgot one adjective. Furry fire burlesque show. Like those three things combined all at the same time. Basically, in this world, like there's a race called the Fae, and the Fae are like, they're not full on furry, but it's people where like they have like just ears and tails and stuff like that, but not like full suits or anything. The Fae, yeah, the F-A-E, not the Fire Emblem Heroes, okay? But that shit was insane. I know I will never beat the furry allegations playing Rivals of Aether and Uma Musume. But yeah, cat girls and shit. Yeah, cat girls, basically. Yeah, cat girls. But this performance was genuinely incredible. Like, for all the reasons, maybe not furry part of this description, but for all the reason a burlesque fire show would be fucking sick, it was fucking sick. And also, just the performer was just really talented. But yeah, holy shit. Again, this is this is walking into this place being like, oh, let's go to the pirate party. Let's check out what that is. Oh my god, there's a merman giving people fucking drinks via their tail, and oh my god, there's a fire burlesque show going on, like in the corner, and it was incredible. It was incredible. I didn't stay at that party for long though because it was so fucking crowded. It was so crowded where I'm like, I can't stay in here much longer, but it was crazy. An experience you can only get from LARPing, literally only from LARPing. I don't know where else you can go to a pirate party with cat girl, or in this case I think fox girl fire burlesque shows, but I assume it's only Epic linked. But yeah, crazy, absolute craziness. I was alternating going back between the heavy metal performance and the pirate party. Can you describe this woman's attire? What attire? Okay, but the person who's asking this, they were there, so they know. They're trying to bait me. They're trying to bait me. What attire is the better question? What attire? I'm being baited into a clip, and I will not be baited. But yes, the answer is what attire. But yeah, it was crazy. But honestly, I was flipping back and forth between the heavy metal performance and the pirate party because they were right beside each other. So yeah. Yeah, it is literally a burlesque performance. So yeah, yeah. That should be pretty self-explanatory. Anyway, I gotta go back to my notes. So actually, I don't know. That was, I had this written down as Tuesday night, but I think that might have been, no, it couldn't have been Monday night. It had to be Tuesday night. But yeah, that's what I have written down for Tuesday. Which brings us to Wednesday, which was a crazy day. Crazy day. So basically, on Wednesday, in the morning, there was a guild event, or our guild had an event where we were gonna gather as a group, as an entire guild, and march to an enemy of our guild's tent, and wake them up in the morning and declare our discontent with their conduct, and invite them to a meeting to discuss terms of settling our disputes. And so that's what we did. We got up in the morning, I think like 9 a.m. The whole guild assembled, I'd say about like 70 or so people. We marched across to the enemy, or to the camp of the heathen who dishonored us. And we came in and formed like a ring around the entrance of his tent, demanded he come out to receive us, and basically, how do I even describe this? Basically, he was clearly not ready for this, because all he did was peek his head out from between, like, let me go to this image. Like, imagine an opening flap to the tent like this. He peeked his head out and had the flaps covering his body. It was just him peeking his head out of his camp because he was clearly not ready to receive us. And so we read, or one of the people in our guild read, a giant long decree of all our grievances with him, while he had his head peeking out of the tent. And keep in mind, from his POV, there's literally like 70 people outside of his tent. Also with weapons, by the way. I believe, actually, did we have weapons? I believe we were armed. With a full, like, a banner and a decree written, and but when we got to his tent, we had a horn when they're like, and we had our decree read, we aired our grievances. And you know, there's moments like that where, you know, even though I wasn't an active participant in the roleplay, in the sense of I was just part of the, I guess, army surrounding this guy's tent, being part of those roleplay moments was a lot of fun. It was fun when they did happen. I didn't get super into the roleplay like some other people did, but those small moments when I was involved for a little bit was quite enjoyable, and it was funny. It was just objectively fun. We also had some more combat training on day 2. And day 2 is pretty funny in combat training, because day 2 in combat training, it was so muggy and hot out and just miserable that I just did the skirmishing, I believe, like, shirtless. When I looked like a skirmisher. I literally was just shirtless with a fucking sword and buckler. And I looked the part, to be honest. I had no armor on again. I was just shirtless, just fucking going to battle. And honestly, I did a lot better in this skirmish than the previous one, in terms of my personal performance. But at the same time, oh my god. One of the instructors, one of the people who have been doing this for a long time, was so fucking good with a fucking spear. And he killed me every time. I could not beat this guy. And clearly, he was super experienced. Also, he's just a big, buff, intimidating guy, alright? Not buff in the, like, big pecs way, in the lean killing machine type of way. Of, like, this guy has forged his body for warfare. and to just be deft with a spear. And I kid you not, every time this guy killed me. Every time. At one point, we had a group of skirmishers flank their archers, and this one guy with his spear just defended the flank from like 4 skirmishers. And me included. I was like, what the fuck? But that's how good some people are at this shit, man. Like, it doesn't matter, it's 4v1. Like, he literally just fucking destroyed us. And the one time, oh my god, actually, there was one moment I was so infuriated with in the skirmish, where one guy is fighting this spear guy. And he's like, help, help, help me. So hearing this guy call for help, I'm like, you know what? I'm on this guy's flank right now. I can get him. As long as this guy calling for help stays engaged for like 2 seconds, I'm gonna get this guy. So I go to attack this guy to help him. I'm flanking the guy. It turns out the guy calling for help just fully ran away and disengaged, which meant the guy with the spear just turned to me and just killed me. And I was like, oh my fucking god, I got fucking trolled. You called for help, I came to help you. You have to stay engaged for me to help. He said help, ran away just as I come to help him, and the guy just literally just turns to me because he doesn't have to fucking focus on that guy anymore and just fucking kills me. Dude, I was heated after that. I was like, oh my god. You don't call for help and then like it was infuriating. But yeah, that one guy with the spear killed me like fucking 3 times over the course of those skirmishes. I was heated after. I was a bit heated. It was fun though. The skirmishes were lots of fun. And I'm really glad I did the skirmishes because I really did think if I got tossed into these battles without preparation, I would have been even more cooked than I was. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. And finally, after after days of insane heat and humidity and like insane UVs, like the sun absolutely frying us, midday on Wednesday, this would be day number 3, salvation. We got hit with a massive downpour of water. And I don't think I've ever been happier to see rain in my entire life. Because keep in mind, at this point, the showers are still off, the spigots are off, the water supply is just a water truck. There hasn't been rain forever. You can see here in the back of the wildfire fucking indicator is at extreme. Okay. When that rain came down, it was actually like a celebration. Alright? And this picture, I actually saw this picture happen in real life. I was nearby seeing this guy do this. I didn't take this picture. This picture is from an official photographer. But oh my god. I've never been happier to see rain in my entire life. I mean, when I say it was a downpour, it was a downpour. But there's another funny little moment that happened in this downpour. After a while, like the downpour is going on. This downpour lasted, I think, about 40 minutes to an hour. But at the time, I was in there's a place where you can get food, which has like a pavilion over top of it. So that's where I was taking refuge. I was having lunch, I think having like a poutine. I was having a poutine under the pavilion for my lunch. Just, you know, eating, minding my own business. When I look behind me and I see a guy in full robes, just with a hood over his face, just looking directly at me. Although I don't know where he's looking, but I just look behind me and there's just a fucking guy in a full cloak, like fucking ring wraith looking motherfucker, just right behind me. And when you literally, it's literally like a scene out of a movie where you got the pouring rain, the thunder in the background of like, and there's just a guy in a cloak fucking staring me down. I'm like, I'm gonna turn back to my poutine. Because I was like, I look behind me, I see that, I'm like, what the fuck? Just go back. I'm gonna go back to eating and minding my own business. What the fuck is that guy doing? Literally, I was caught so off guard. But that's the type of funny situations that can happen. What I think actually happened is that guy behind me was actually the menu board for the restaurant. So I think what he was doing is that he was just looking at the menu, but because I can't see where he's actually looking, I just look behind me and just see a hooded figure just oriented toward me. So I think that's what actually was happening. I can't confirm it. Maybe the guy was just fucking staring me down for no reason, but it's literally like a fucking, yeah, like a TV movie shoot of fucking pouring rain, it goes dark, thunder in the background, guy in a giant cloak where you can't see their eyes is behind you. Like, oh my fucking god. Oh my god. It really felt like straight out of ring race going, like riding through the rain in Lord of the Rings. That's what it felt like. It was that type of fit. But it was a pretty funny moment. It was a pretty funny moment. And you know what? Wednesday night, after the rain came, the weather tempered down a little bit. It wasn't as hot anymore. Honestly, it was so refreshing. That evening was a hell of a good time. All right, the main thing being a hell of a good time being the Roman encampment. Basically, in Bickerline, there is an area called the Roman camp. And in the Roman camp, when I say this is literally like lifted, like a Roman encampment, like lifted out of like fucking history books, I'm not joking. They have old Roman style buildings, tents set up with armor set out outside the front of the tent laid out. Like, it is a full Roman encampment, and the Roman encampment, their guild, they show up to battle literally as legionaries with the full SQPR type banners and stuff as well. So, in the Roman encampment on Wednesday evening, they had a show. Centurion, your orders, please. No joke. The Roman encampment is pretty fucking sick. But they had just an evening of just incredible festivities and entertainment. They had gymnasts. It was an incredible combination. They had gymnasts. They had a drag performer. The same burlesque performer from the Pirate Party performed again and did a full unique act with a sword. There was also a folk song performance. It was truly just an evening of back-to-back just incredible festivities. And also because there had been so much like smoke and like earlier in the week, it was hard to get a good view of the stars, but this was the first night where you really looked up and you saw the stars. And also at the same time, this was when the meteor showers were happening as well. And also there was lightning in the distance. So when I say the scenes and honestly, I guess in that moment fulfilled I felt in the, being outside under the stars with a meteor shower, lightning in the background, but it's so far you can't even hear the thunder, in a Roman encampment with just great entertainment. Like, it's just a scene that you can't possibly imagine until you're in it. And honestly, it was really, really cool. It was really, really fucking cool. Also, the performance, the burlesque fire performance was like way more intense than the Pirate Party one. When she went around, because in this show, for most of it, I was literally the equivalent of front row. I was right at the front for everything that happened. she was like going around with the sword, like, again, it's a latex sword. I don't think it was a real sword, at least. Just bringing it up to like the front of the audience, just bringing it up to people's faces. Like, it was crazy. It was a crazy performance, and it was very different from the Pirate Party one. It was very different. I also just realized I have this image on screen while I'm talking about this. That's funny. Yeah, I'm talking about burlesque performance and how like intense and seductive it was, and then like this is a fucking image on screen. But yeah, crazy cool performance. Really nice night. The stars and everything. It was honestly incredible. That image goes so hard, it does go pretty. But that's not even the end of that evening. All right, that's not even the end of that evening. I've still got more, because that was in the Roman encampment. But on the main stage was a band called the Bedlam Boys. And the Bedlam Boys, I'm going to get an image of the main guy who was performing on the stage. Dude, this guy and his crew gave the most insane violin performance I have heard in my entire life. I've never heard... Well, fiddle. There's fiddles and violins. There was both. But yeah, I've never heard such a crazy performance like this in my entire fucking life. I think there's a... I found a video. I need to get it up again, because I looked them up after. But they're a very new group. But the performer I looked up. What was his name again? This guy looks like my friend's dad. Maybe it is your friend's dad. Does your friend's dad play the fiddle and or violin? He looks badass. This performance was fucking sick. Oh man, it's tough to find the performance. Oh, I think I found one. I'll need to turn on the audio here. That's not the right one. Turn off lo-fi for a bit. Let me know if you guys can hear this. Dude, this shit goes so fucking hard. Dude, and the crowd was loving every minute of it, me included. I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit so you can hear me talk. But I had a drink in one hand. I was sitting on a barrel in the back, hitting it with my leg. Just hoisted it in the air. It went so fucking hard. It went so fucking hard. Let me see if I can skip head to this. Like, dude, the vibe was actually immaculate. Keep in mind, everyone in the audience for this performance is in, like, period clothing or period equivalent clothing of like you had gnomes, mages, wizards, peasants like myself, like, and everyone just having a blast, man. But yeah, incredible. I'll share a link to this video because they're a pretty new band from what I've found out looking them up after. So I'll post a link to this video in chat. Because this shit only has like I think 170 views, but it was actually incredible. It was actually incredible. Yeah, I'll switch back to the lo-fi for now though. But yeah. Incredible performance. And like keep in mind, this is the same night as the Roman encampment show. So back to back, it was just going from that to this was just fucking awesome. But that brings us actually to another point in the story, because at this point, me and one of my friends, we just finished, the Bedlam Boys had just finished their performance. It was all wrapped up. And you know what? We had seen the stars earlier in the sky. So we're like, you know what? Let's find a place where there won't be like too much noise and light so we can actually just look at the stars for a bit, you know? Because that's what you do with the homies. You find a place to stargaze together. So you know what? We decide, you know what? We're going to head over. We're going to head over to the old fort. Because, or not the old fort, head over to the fort. Because the fort is where there would honestly be the least amount of lights set up. And we should get a good view. We should get a good view of the sky from there. We had gotten a good view earlier from the Roman encampment, so we assumed, you know, let's head to the fort at night. Yeah, the fort night, if you will. So we start walking over. It's a bit of a long walk. And, you know, there's the big trebuchet set up across from the fort, right? So we're walking by the trebuchet. And then, randomly, we hear these girls scream or yell at us like, I think something like, good luck! Like, you can do it! It wasn't the homies. Okay, yeah. The homie in question is in the chat, so they can fact check me. But yes, me and the homie. Homie singular at this point. But they basically yelled something like, good luck! And then, at this point, I think I'd had 2 ciders. So I'm not drunk, but I'm not sober. I got a little buzz. But you know what? I'm feeling good. I've just had a great night so far. So I just yell into the night, bon chance! Just good luck, basically. I guess to myself. That doesn't make sense even in context. But I yelled bon chance. Bon chance. And then I think at some point they're like, they say go, okay, okay, no, you're right. I'm getting fact checked. You are correct. They did say, that actually makes it funnier. Yeah, because no, yeah, that is the correct thing they said. They did say, go slay the monster in the fort and come back and get your girls. That is what they said. I remembered this late. Okay, no, you're right. That is what they said. So, you know what? We go to the fort. We go to the fort, and we're walking into the fort. We're also realizing, actually, it's actually pretty misty out. And we actually can't get a good view of the stars. So the reason we had gone out to the fort is already kind of dead, unfortunately. It also feels like when we're walking toward the fort and there's no light, it feels like a fucking Slender Man shit. Where, like, the render distance is set to, like, 2. Like, we can't even see the fort from, like, and we're outside it. Like, not super close to it, but, like, we can't see the fort from the trebuchet, which is insane, because we should be able to see that. But literally it's too misty that we can't. But we get into the fort, and there's, like, a black, like, blob / mass just lying in the middle of the fort. It's like, and we're like, what the fuck is that? Is that like Is that a monster or something? Like, what is that? It turns out, no, it's not a monster. It's just a couple getting, let's say, intimate under the starlight. What we didn't know, or had not realized, was that the fort is actually a notorious place. A notorious place at Bickerline where people go, where couples go to do stuff like this. Because it's a quote-unquote, it's like a romantic spot. Oh, we're gonna go to the fort under the stars and like... like, but we didn't know this or had it connected to these dots before heading here. We were just two bros just trying to look at the stars from a good spot, okay? There were no stars? Not on that night. There were no stars, okay? There were no stars. Alright. But it did not change, I guess, the intention of people going to that spot. Alright? Why were people in the old days so horny? You know what? You start to realize pretty quickly that LARPers also just be horny. This place in general, Bickerline in general, was just very horny. So, honestly, not surprising that people come to the conclusion that the fort at night is the place to, I guess, I don't know. Like I said, be intimate. I won't describe anything else in detail. But yeah, I think... I don't remember what the guy said, but the guy specifically said something. Because we were like... Because we thought, like, oh, there's... Because they had mentioned go slay monsters. So, like, at least in my mental image, I'm like, maybe there's literally a monster out here for, like, a quest or something? No, there was not a monster. And they cleared up that confusion real quick, that they were not monsters. So, having walked in on a couple and having not seen the stars at fucking all... I asked, can I join? No, I did not ask, can I join? Or I guess in this case, can we join? No, we headed back out of the fort. And then we passed back by the trebuchet where the girls had said, come back and get your girls. After, like, before we had gone to the fort. And upon us returning, they're yelling at us again, or I forget the exact exchange, but like, there's heckling again back and forth. So we go up to talk to them, and it becomes very apparent, very quickly, that they are not sober. Like, at all. And it was really funny because my friend, and they could vouch for this in the chat, they were very wholesomely trying to be like, hey, let's exchange stories from our week. Like, let's have some stories. Like, let's exchange stories. And their stories were just not coherent at all. One of the stories was like, if I recall correctly, one of the stories was like a guy earlier in the evening had walked by and had been like they asked his name and they were like, oh, my name's Ram, and they were like and then this is them telling the story just unprompted. They're like, yeah, this guy came up and he said he was named Ram, so I asked him, can you ram this bad word that I won't repeat, okay? Alright. They also just outright asked, like, are you guys horny? Like, they were very clearly not sober. Okay? Very clearly. But it was also really funny because they were talking about how they weren't drunk enough. They were complaining that they were too sober and that they needed to get more drinks. It was just a very bizarre interaction. Funny, but bizarre. Also, I don't know why I agreed to this, but at one point, one of the girls was like, "Do you guys want glitter?" And I'm like, "Oh, fuck it, sure. I want glitter." By the way, keep in mind at this point, I'm now at 2 ciders, which for me, I swear, I'm not that drunk at this point, but clearly not sober to the fact that I agreed to this, where I'm like, yeah. And then they apply they apply glitter on my cheeks, like glitter makeup or the equivalent. Again, maybe women in the chat can correct me on whatever the fuck this was, but it's like the type of glitter that you would apply like on your face. Which I agreed to. I don't know why I agreed to, but I agreed to it. It's magic. Yeah, definitely magic. Definitely magic. How big were the ciders? I mean, about, I don't know, the mug would have been like, I don't know. I'm too lazy to grab the mug right now, but yeah. They were definitely not, they were definitely not sober, even though they claimed that they were very sober. But yeah, very funny interaction. I wasn't drunk. You know what's crazy? I don't think that my entire time at Bicoline, I got truly drunk. I had 2 ciders, but you know what's also fair? I'm also tripping myself over constantly because it's fucking dark. Okay? That's my excuse. It's dark, okay? 2 ciders. I know what I'm like when I'm actually drunk. I was not actually. Like, I wasn't sober, but I wasn't drunk, okay? I know my actual limits, okay? I know being actually drunk is the fucking... A time I was actually drunk was the fucking skate park bar where I ended up on a fucking dancing on a stripper pole and breaking my phone and ending up getting chow mein at 2 a.m. Like that's a story where I'm actually fucking drunk, okay? I was never at that level over the course of Bicoline, okay? It never got to that point. Also, I speak way more French when I'm drunk, okay? So you were dancing on the stripper pole? You what? Someone missed the Yapis from like, I don't know at this point, 6 months ago. That Yapis still needs to be a highlight, because that is crazy. That is a crazy story, or a crazy night as well. But yeah, overall, Wednesday night, fucking crazy, okay? That was, yeah, Roman encampment into Bedlam Boys, into the Trebuchet girls interaction. And then also when we got back to camp, some of our campmates were playing chess. And so I did some chess coaching for them. All right, in the evening. Like I think like 1 a.m. I'm doing chess coaching. You might be wondering, Pavise, you're only like 1,000 on chess.com. Why are you coaching people? It's literally their first time playing the game ever. So, like, literally any advice that is just basic fundamentals is like life-changing for someone who's just learned how to play, okay? And honestly, they were playing pretty well. Although I will say it was super funny because they were intentionally leaving bishops in the farthest corners of the board possible, so that when the opponent forgot the bishop was there, they would just fucking snipe other pieces. And they intentionally set this up. They would be like, I'm putting my bishop here now, and later in the game, you'll forget about it, and you will get killed. A piece will get killed by this bishop because you just forgot it's here. And it actually happened multiple times. But yeah, honestly, a great evening. A great evening. Which finally brings us to Thursday. which finally, at long last, it's the day of a battle. Now, there are supposed to be 3 battles over the course of the evening, okay? Or over the course of the week. Battle on Tuesday, a battle on Thursday, and a battle on Saturday. That's the original schedule. 3 battles over the course of the week. Now, the Tuesday battle got canceled, which meant that there was 2 battles now on Saturday, but there's still a first battle. That original Thursday battle still happened. And let me get up an image to paint the picture of what this is like. First of all, this is my battle gear. I've shown this image a few times. This is what I'm wearing to battle. And I'll tell you the kit. I'll tell you the loadout, all right? The loadout is helmet, chainmail, shield, short sword, bracers, I don't know what the leg, I guess shin guards, boots, basic shirt underneath it all, belt with my bottle on the left, all right? And the tabard. This is a tabard of our guild that we were a part of. So this is my loadout, okay? Now, actually, I had never rocked this specific loadout before this point. Because it's just been too hot to wear any of this stuff or use any of this stuff. So this is my first time wearing this chainmail into battle. I'd worn it before, but this chainmail gives me extra hit points for my arms, helmet for my head. Same thing for the leather shin guard stuff. And obviously shields just to block incoming attacks, and a short sword to go to battle. All right. So this picture was taken after the battle, but this was my loadout. This is what I went into combat with. So this is what you can imagine when I'm describing this first battle. Now, this is an image from said battle. When I say these battles are fucking massive, this is what I mean, okay? Look at all of the fucking pole arms. I'm not joking when these are literal armies that are moving around the field, okay? Literal armies. And there's a reason why pole arms are so popular. They're fucking good, okay? Now, I think everyone here, it looks like these are yellow. You can see here, people here have yellow armbands. So one team had yellow armbands. They were the enemy team. And then my team was the blue armband. So blue armband, I had a blue armband on for the battle. Looks like an actual big battle. It was an actual big battle. That's the thing. But I've been avoiding going into depth on this. But you might notice this guy over here. What's up with this guy? Well, these battles have monsters. Basically, there are people who make full monster costumes, stilts included. Like this is like I guess an average height person. I don't know how tall this guy actually is, but this is a person on stilts. And they have their blue marker to say they're on the blue team on their horn, okay? But the way monsters work is that if they touch you, you're dead. If they touch any of your equipment, you're dead. And they have a shit ton of hit points. So when you see a monster, instant kill. Yep, instant kill. If a monster touches you, you're dead. They one-shot you. So when you see monsters coming at you, and in fact, sometimes 2 monsters coming at you, because that can happen too. And if you see 2 monsters, cannons and ballista, lining up against your fucking shield wall, holy shit. Just charge them with 100 people. That is the meta. You do need to overwhelm the monsters. But the thing is that the monsters have people protecting them too, on their team. So it's not like they're just easy pickings. Like, they have people who are protecting them, shielding them from attacks while they go and kill people too. But how do they keep track of hits? So the way the combat system works is you keep track of your own hits, and it's an honor system. So the monster is keeping track of their own hits. And I believe they have like 20 HP or 20 hit points total that they need to be hit to die. I forget if it changes based on the monster, but they have a lot of health. But it uses an honor system. Yeah, you can't see the health bar. No, you can't. And that's just how the whole system works in general. If you get hit in the arm, like, it's the honor system. You have to say, I got hit in the arm and do this. Like, and everybody's operating on that honor system. And yes, if they touch anything, if they touch your shield, they touch your equipment, anything, they so much as, like, touch you even a little bit, you're fucking dead. I also preloaded some videos. And I think this is actually from this specific battlefield. I don't know how much, I'll try to keep it to Battle 1 footage. If you want to see what this shit is like. This is from this battlefield. This is POV footage from, what's this? Bubble Top Seb. If you want to see, again, this is, you'll also see people holding their weapons like this. If they're holding their weapon like this, it means they're dead. You see how, like, the hilt, they're holding it by the blade and the hilt up, it means they're dead and they're walking back to respawn. Because there is a respawn mechanic. If you die, you flip your weapon upside down, and you either stay in place to be healed or you go back to respawn. And there's a respawn point you have to get back to. Also, there are people... Wait, actually, I might turn audio on for this. Because there's also bards and bagpipes and people playing music, too. For the battle. So, like... There's also a gnome here. Just fucking doing gnome shit. Again, we're not on the front line here. The front line is, like, out here. This is just kind of in the back with the bards playing music. It shouldn't be muted. Wait. Can you hear it now? Again, you can't really see the front line from here, but... Also, you can see the arrows. This is the tips of the arrows. These, like, foam tips that I was talking about earlier. Again, this is the back of the line, so it's mainly people dead and the bards and people playing music. Also, this is the, again, same... This is like, I think at the point of deployment, where the armies are marching out to battle at this point. And actually, this is the... I was trying to find myself in... When I was looking at this video earlier, this is the guild I was a part of actually moving out. But I'm not in this image. I think I'm a bit further ahead. This is a different battle. I'm going to stick to footage from the battle, this first battle on Thursday. Also, they're playing Tequila. This guy's busting a move. That shit is funny. Imagine going to battle and you actually hear that in the bag. You just got Tequila as the backing track. Again, different battle. I'm going to stick to the Thursday battle footage. I think this is from Thursday. Also, this guy put copyrighted music on later in the video, unfortunately. So I'm going to have to mute it, unfortunately. But, okay, this guy is playing as a skirmisher. And he has gone through the woods and he has caught some archers off guard. This is actually a real POV of what it feels like. Like, look at this guy move. Takes out an archer. Bam. Takes out another archer. He's got his shield up. He's chucking. I think at this point he's dead. Yeah. And then he goes down because he's dead. Also, look at this fucking pole arm, dude. This is what I mean. Like, you're going up against this shit. Like... If you've just got a sword and shield, like, what the fuck are you supposed to do about this? This shit fucking... Oh my god. Historically accurate polearm, yeah. I think this is also another battle. Again, I'm trying to stick to the Thursday battle footage. I think this is, yeah, this is the Thursday battle. Again, people are bearing flags. This is, so the people here marching back are the dead. This is like the respawn line. And then this is people heading back into the battle. Again, this guy's skirmishing, so you're not getting much shield wall footage, but you're getting a sense of what it's like on the flanks. Again, it's just because this guy's skirmishing, you're not going to get good shield wall footage. And he's staying mainly in the back lines until he's needed. I think I got some other footage up that I found. This is shield wall footage. I don't think from the first battle, though. This is all the second battle, I think. So we'll get into that when we talk about the second battle, because this shit is also pretty crazy. I don't think his other footage has... Also, this guy's camera is, like, very POV. But yeah, this was the battlefield for the first battle. And again, in this battlefield... again, this is what I'm kitted out in. I'll turn the lo-fi back on. And honestly, my performance in the first battle was not great. Basically, because this battlefield, based on like the footage it showed, it's in a forest, but it's in like a forest clearing. But there's section of forest like sparse within the clearing that make like really strong choke points that are really hard to get through. And if you're skirmishing like I was in this battle, you have to like wade through foliage and a bunch of trees to get to any flanks. And that's not easy. A lot of the time, I don't think I got a single confirmed kill in this battle. I definitely hit a few people, but I don't think I got an outright kill. But yeah, it's not easy. You really feel when you're doing this for the first time, you feel like you're dropped into a fucking elite lobby as a fucking like noob, because that's what you are. You're a fucking noob. And you're going up against people, like, again, like I've said, who've been doing this for years or decades. Who've, like, this is like their first rodeo. And you pull up, like, and you expect to, like, fucking roll and fight with the big boys. It's basically, especially if you're skirmishing, it's really difficult. Now, if you're playing in the shield wall with a polearm and just, like, doing this, or with a halberd over the top, yeah, you're going to get some kills, because that's the meta. You're playing the meta, and you've got a shield wall in front of you to protect you, so you will get kills. But skirmishing is not easy. At all. At all. Skirmishing stuff. But I had one moment. I had one moment of glory where I led people to victory. Okay? Basically, the way the first battle worked is that it was kind of like it was an escort mission, in that both sides had a flag. They were trying to escort as far as possible into the enemy territory. And so the flags were kind of constantly on the move, and if the flag ever got captured, they would have to send it all the way back to the respawn. So at one point, a shield wall was pushing up. Alright, shield wall, pushing up, and I noticed we've actually pushed far enough to where to our left, the objective is actually relatively unprotected. We've pushed the main shield wall so far back that they've actually been cut off from their objective flag. So then our shield wall kind of splits into two to then have a shield wall go after the objective. But I'm a skirmisher, and I notice, hey, if there's a shield wall about to connect with another shield wall here, they got nobody on the flanks. So I hop into the foliage, and I yell. I'm like, skirmishers, skirmishers. Like, this way. There's an opening here. It's unprotected. And all of a sudden, also I yell directions in terrible French, because a lot of the player base is French. So I was saying, like, I was like, avec moi, avec moi. Also, the word for skirmishers in French is really funny. Okay? The word for skirmishers in French is fuckers. So... Fucker, yeah, fucker, yeah. Fuckers! What, that's not true? Okay, it's not spelled fuckers, but it's pronounced fuckers. And I'm not trolling because people who are not trolling me and just speaking French with other people, we're calling them fuckers. But when you've got to yell, fuckers! Fuckers avec moi! Fuckers avec moi! I think that's a Canada thing. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm just severely misunderstanding the word. But come with me, fuckers. Yeah, man. But avec one point. What am I mean? At one point, I said avec toi, and I was like, wait, avec moi. Avec toi is with you. And I was like, wait, that's the wrong one. Again, my French was so bad, but hey. It's French LARP slang for backstabbers. You know what? That makes more sense. That makes more sense. That's what they were calling. That's what they were calling skirmishers. So... fuckers. Les fuckers. Pokers? Pokers? I don't know, man. I'll look up the proper word later, but it sounds like fuckers. It sounds like fuckers in just basic plain speech. It's abbreviated for ass fuckers? No way. There's no way that's the actual term. You know what? I'll need to look it up. If it is, that's crazy. Regardless, yelling fuckers it was crazy. But it was the slang. Hear a guy say fuckers, learn some crazy French today. You know what? Fair enough. You know what? What matters, what makes it funny at the end of the day is just yelling fuckers. Even if the word was actually literally fuckers, that's even funnier, honestly. That's even funnier. Because the people in English, or the English speakers were not using that word. The English speakers were just saying skirmishers. No, none of the English speakers were saying fuckers. It was all the French speakers using that word. So forgive a guy for assuming, okay? But yes, that was my moment of glory. I called the skirmishers, the fuckers, to me, okay? And we flanked the shit out of their shield wall. And we took the objective, and the objective flag was huge. And then all of a sudden, the objective flag goes, woo! And it falls. And I know, dude. Again, these battles are intense. The feeling of adrenaline and fucking satisfaction seeing that objective flag just fall. Especially when I was part of the reason, not the only reason, but part of the reason of a decisive attack to seize it. Oh, man. The blood was pumping. The blood was pumping. You see this dude? You see this dude? He went to war. Alright? And he seized glory. Alright? I may not have gotten many kills, but look. I was putting in work. I was putting in the man hours, alright? Now, unfortunately, we did lose this battle. Like, we lost this battle badly. Alright? We did, honestly, halfway through the battle. Were you in Gorgor Bay? No. The guild I was in was Ordo Servi, which unfortunately are kind of the bad guys, which I found out later. But yeah, halfway through the battle, I thought we were winning. We were doing really well, but they made a huge push in the final 30 minutes, and that's where I mentioned they had two monsters and a ballista crash into one of our flanks, and it fucking collapsed. it was actually crazy. You know, when you watch like, at least for me, when I watch like history documentaries and they show like battle diagrams and abstract, or even like war movies, and you're watching footage of like how sometimes battle progress and a flank collapses and it becomes chaos. Dude, this was like experiencing it in real time is a completely different beast. Seeing a right flank just get destroyed and being a part of a force that you know you're about to lose because the force in front of you is so overwhelming and you're outflanked, and the panic and the retreat that sets in, and this isn't even a real battle, but the panic that sets in and the retreating motion. And keep in mind, everybody here is in like full armor, full equipment. Like, it's still dangerous. If you fall down, like, there is a mass of people that are retreating and they will go over you. That they'll be cautious about it, but the risks are real. That shit's fucking terrifying. And it wasn't even real, but just being a part of that, I'm like, holy shit, that is a lot of people. This is not going to hold. We have to retreat. But then everybody coming to that conclusion at the same time of we have to retreat. Holy shit. They literally made it all the way up to our spawn. Like, that first battle. Again, this was about an hour and a half battle. First hour, I thought we were doing pretty good. But that last half hour, witnessing an actual army collapse in real time was insane. Can't you just steal an armband from the opposing team and pretend you're one of them? Can't you just cheat? Insane guy proposing the wonderful solution of, can't you just cheat? Yeah, you can cheat, but then you're a fucking idiot and everyone hates you, so have fun. Have fun being socially ostracized by literally everybody else. You know, people, it's also worth mentioning, yes, people get hurt doing this. People actually get hurt. Like, people they have people who provide medical assistance on site because people do get hurt doing this. Like, actually get hurt. Which it honestly, it makes sense that it would happen. Can you just crouch and go into stealth? You know what? That's what we were looking at the footage of this guy. That's kind of what he did here against these archers. No, wait, let me get to the point where he just got in behind these archers and just ran at them. Yeah, this clip. Like, that's basically what this guy did. Like, that guy for some reason I think might be dead and didn't even notice him. And then, blah! Dude, look at these archers' faces. Look at these archers' faces. They were not fucking ready for this shit. This can happen. Again, if you can catch people off guard like this, and it's possible. If you're good enough or slick enough with it, you can get behind enemy lines and cause some havoc, okay? And I mean, what? That's one kill there. That's another kill. Or did he get that guy? It looks like he did. I think dies at this point or gets hit by something here. But yeah, like, no, this shit can happen. All right. You can go behind enemy lines. But yeah, this shit was crazy. But it was fucking awesome. It was fucking sick. Like, after this first battle, I was like, this shit's kind of fire. Even though I didn't contribute that much personally, except for that one moment with the objective one time, like, being a part of the battle was really cool. It was really fucking cool. Yeah, monsters, shield walls colliding, seizing objectives, the intensity of it. Man, it was fucking cool, man. It was fucking cool. And yeah, this was a pick after the battle. I'd say when I was fighting myself, I definitely got knocked down quite a few times. It turns out when you get hit by a giant pokey stick, you will fall over, even though the giant pokey stick has foam at the tip. Yeah. Also, yes, archers. Okay, one, lances are good, but oh my god, archers were farming kills, man. Archers were farming kills. Especially, like, I'd say, honestly, crossbow seems to be where it's at. But yeah, no, honestly, I chose one of the more difficult things to do. Sword and board is not easy, okay? Sword and board is not easy. You actually have to have pretty good swordsmanship and just a good tactical mind to actually do this effectively, which I just don't have, at least in real battles. Even in fake video game battles, I don't have it, okay? In real life, it's even tougher. Also, wearing all this gear, I mean, this shit heavy, man. This shit heavy. Bro, is Insane Guy really arguing against the Geneva Conventions right now? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's so funny. Insane Guy lives up to the brand every time. Every time. Shield is meta? Yeah, no. Shield is meta. This shield is a one-handed shield with a one-handed weapon. There's other big shields, though, that are, like, two-handed, but I'm just saying it can get an update, that's all. You want to patch out stuff from the Geneva Conventions. That's what I'm getting, okay? You want to patch out pretending to be the enemy from the Geneva Conventions, which is insane, by the way. But again, you're Insane Guy, so what else would I expect? What else would I expect? But yes, this shit was fire. Also, shout out to my campmates. We brought a few weapons that didn't get approved because basically any weapon you bring or use in the battle needs to be approved by the organizers, and you take it and it gets a sticker on it. But we brought a few weapons that just weren't approved. But some of our guild mates lended us some weapons, so like this sword is not mine, it was borrowed. But honestly, that's another takeaway. People at this event were so nice. Like, if you just went up, talked to people, chatted with them, they were so nice. It was so nice. Like, people will go out of the way to help you. And honestly, the vibes were pretty immaculate the entire week. All right, back to the notes. We're almost at like the 2 hours 40-minute mark. Holy shit. I'm slowly making my way through this. Oh my god. The monster hunt. Oh, the monster hunt. I'm looking at this on my notes. This is an incredible tale. This is an incredible night. So this is Thursday. Battle's awesome. All right. After the battle, exhausted, take a break, play some more chess. But in the evening, there is the conclusion to a quest line called the Monster Hunt. All right. I'm gonna put a monster up on screen just for the background here. And basically, the day prior, part of the Monster Hunt quest was going around and gathering clues about the monster. And you use those clues to then figure out how to beat the monsters during the Monster Hunt. Now, I had been a part of a little bit on the earlier day. I had joined for a little bit of it, of hunting for clues. But I didn't do it. Other people in my guild had done it a lot more, and people had gathered a lot more clues and then shared the information of how to beat the monsters. So, oh my god. Actually, I need to kind of have a halls real quick, because this is a long story. Strap in. Does the monster hunt involve huge impractical weapons? What do you mean huge impractical weapons? Are you still referring to that, like, pole arm? Miguelo, you don't realize how OP the pole arms are. You think they're large and impractical, but they're actually just fucking broken. Like, and also, you do know how big the pole arms got in real life, right? Oh, it's a Monster Hunter reference. I'm stupid. Alright, whatever. It whooshed me. It r/whooshed me. My bad. I got r/whooshed. Yeah, I've even played Monster Hunter. I should know that. Add a chain to the pole arm, you can throw it. That is like real Fire Emblem General shit. Are you allowed to throw your weapons? No. No, you cannot throw your weapons. That would be actually insane if you could do that. Javelins were not allowed, okay? What about my throwing sword? Yeah, my throwing sword. The referees will love that. Also, yes, something I did mention, there are referees around the battlefield to enforce certain rules. But no, you can't chuck javelins at people. Everything is allowed during wartime. Insane guy, you gotta go to a LARP. You gotta go to a LARP and you'll be like, you'll actually try to kill somebody and be like, I'm just role-playing, dude. It's war. Anything goes. I mean, that's very in character. Also true that Geneva Conventions were not a concept in medieval times, though. So, can you not lay traps? No, you can't lay traps ahead of time. That would be crazy, though. Getting killed by a monster and then being like, monsters were outlawed in the Geneva Convention. Like, that would go crazy during a LARP. Like, bro, don't you know? In the Treaty of Biccolene in fucking 1001, monsters were outlawed from the battlefield. This is against the convention. Monster warfare has been fucking illegal for 20 years, bub. Get off the battlefield. I'm not a fighter, you guys. I'm not built for wars. Why is the guy not built for wars screaming for blood then? I don't get it, man. Can you recruit other people from guilds? The guild system is very much like, you need to apply to a guild and then be accepted into a guild. So yes, you can be recruited between guilds, but you need to spend time actually forming connections with people in the guild. A lot of the guilds are like friend groups. So you need to do some social networking to get into some guilds. Sorry, I'm just letting this Halls take effect before I go into the big Monster Hunt story. Insane Guild. I will say in general, I would recommend this to almost anybody as an activity overall. If you ever get the chance to go to Le Grand Bataille or to Biccolene, I would highly recommend it. To anybody. Even if you're not into LARPing, I'd recommend it. It's just a fucking incredible. But that's getting more to my end takeaways. I highly recommend this, though. I'm just, again, waiting for my Halls to not interfere with my speech too much, because I'm rolling it around. Because I'm not in the best shape of my life. But, even I was able to have fun and get involved in the battle. And even if you don't want to be frontlining, just be an archer. Like, am I still sick? A little bit. But also because I'm talking a lot now for the first time. Like, yesterday it wasn't bad at all. But this is my first time talking a lot since I was sick, so. It means my throat is getting battle tested a little bit right now. But it's not bad at all. I just want to be able to talk comfortably. Turns out when you talk a lot, your voice is not ready. I mean, earlier this week, I lost my voice outright. But it's back. Yeah. That is a part of the experience that was a little too accurate of, like, the camp getting dysentery. Man. Illness was ravaging that camp all week. I'll tell you that. It wasn't actually dysentery, but the sounds people were making and hacking when they were sick, I was like, bro, this is a little too accurate. All right. Illness ravaging the camp is a little too close to, you know, reality. Did it smell like a medieval setting? Yeah. At points, yes. Especially when they shut off the fucking showers. That was brutal. That was brutal. But I mean, the river, there was a river you could clean yourself up in. But when the showers are closed, the river was pretty packed. Were the doctors employing middle-aged medicine too? Yeah, actually, if you got injured in the battle, they bloodlet you and they, like, sawed off your limbs, like this. With no pain meds. That's actually how they did it. Not even a bone, like, actual bone saw. Just, like, an actual, just, like, regular saw. Nice, yeah. It's, you know, it's gotta be accurate. You know what I mean? Alright. This halls is diminished enough where I can talk comfortably again. Alright. So, the monster hunt. Alright? People, the previous day, gathering clues, figure out how we're gonna defeat the monsters, of which I was only involved in a little bit. But when a few of my guildmates and friends were like, hey, we're doing the monster hunt. Do you want to come with? At first, I was tired from the battle. I'm like, nah. But honestly, I'd rested enough here. Like, you know what? I'm in. Let's do this shit. All right? Let's do this shit. We pull into the meeting place, which is a place called Stag Alley. All right? And this place quickly filled up with a ton of people ready to go hunt monsters. I'd probably say like 50 to 70 people would be my estimate of how many people there were in this alley for this quest. And the vibes were immaculate. For time of day, I'm about to provide the time of day. Because the sun had just about gone down. There were lanterns lit up. It really felt like we were a mob in the evening about to go on a witch hunt. Like with pitchforks and torches. That was the vibe. A crowd of people ready to go hunt some monsters. Alright? But yeah, sun is down, lanterns on, crowd of people in an alley with like just red like torch-like lighting on them. Like, genuinely a mob ready to go kill some monsters. We split up into groups of 8 because I don't think the organizers expected this many people. So they ask us to divide up into groups of 8, in which we do. Or they didn't say groups of 8 specifically. They just said split up into groups. Our group happened to be 8 people. And we thus dubbed ourselves the Crazy Eights. Because we needed some way to like call people to us from our group. So we call ourselves the Crazy Eights. The Loco Ocho, if you will. Alright? For those in España or Mexico, okay? So, there are 4 monsters that we need to hunt, or that are on the list to hunt. The Owl Man. The Second Snatcher. I think Wolfman? I don't know what his actual, I forget his actual name. Wolfman. And, oh my god, what were the 2 birds called? The Pesky Birds. The Watcher. Oh my god, the Watcher, yes. The Second Snatcher. The Watcher. The Pesky Birds. Oh my god, is the Watcher the Wolfman? I'm getting the names confused. But, Second Snatcher. 2 birds. Owlman guy. Wolfman. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Wolfman. the Watcher, the Second Snatcher, and the Pesky Birds. Those are the 4 monsters we set off to hunt. And at first, our first objective to hunt down is the Second Snatcher. Or that's who we're trying to find. And we've been told all of these monsters are going to be out by the fort. And we're told, go to the path by the trebuchet, and there's where you should be able to find the Second Snatcher waiting. The crossroads by the trebuchet. That's where you should find the Second Snatcher. Now, we'd also gathered clues. And some of the monsters' weaknesses were known. And for the Second Snatcher, the weakness was a timepiece. So we assigned like a weakness to each person. So one weakness was clanging metal, so we assigned that to somebody. One was a timepiece, which was both a exact weakness and also a religious symbol, which was another weakness of another monster. So we assigned someone the timepiece. So we're assigning this out. We set out to go hunt the Second Snatcher. We get to the crossroads by the trebuchet, and we start calling out. We call out, "Is the Second Snatcher? Show yourself." We're trying to give the monster, like, we're doing a quest. We're trying to provoke the monster to then fight it. But we're getting dono walled. Like, nothing's coming out. We then walk out into the field by the trebuchet. Again, there's nothing. Until a random guy starts walking toward us. And we're like, "Are you the Second Snatcher?" And he's like, "No, but I will battle you." And we're like, "What the fuck?" Like, we don't know who the fuck this is. They haven't said, "I'm the Wolfman," or "I'm the Watcher." They haven't said shit. They're just like, "No, I'm not the Second Snatcher, but let's battle." And we're like, "What the fuck? Who are you?" So he starts walking toward us, and just as he starts walking toward us, a second group that had also come to find the Second Snatcher sees this guy approaching one of our guys, and then they think a battle's about to happen. So they send, like, another group gets involved and sends a guy to fight this guy. But we're, after like less than a minute, just a few seconds of this guy, we're like, "We don't know who the fuck you are." Like, we're not gonna fight you. And so everybody who was fighting him just kind of backs off, and we just start talking to the guy. And the guy's basically just wearing nothing. He's not wearing a costume. He's just in normal clothes. But like, who are you supposed to be? Apparently, it's the Wolfman. But the Wolfman, we asked, like, "Where's the Second Snatcher?" He's like, "Oh, we heard he's at a party, so he actually hasn't, like, shown up yet, but I'm here waiting for any groups that, like, do come through." Again, that's what I recall in this, like, section. So apparently, the Second Snatcher hasn't fucking shown up yet because he's at a fucking party, and Wolfman's trying to hold it down, but he's not telling people he's the Wolfman. He's just pulling up saying, like, as a random guy, being like, "Dude, like, what's up? I'll fight you," even though the Second Snatcher's not here. It's like, what the fuck is going on? So after a while, Wolfman just is talking with people, trying to explain things, and then he just fucking leaves. Wolfman is just like, "Fuck this shit," and he just fucking leaves. Where he goes, I don't fucking know, but we don't see the Wolfman for the rest of the fucking evening. He just leaves. So at this point, we're like, what the fuck are we doing here? Yeah, he fights. I think he fought the group that was behind us, and then he just fucks off. Anyways, we're like, fuck this. We're gonna head toward the fort and the back of the fort. That's where the Watcher is supposed to be, the Owlman guy. That's where he's supposed to be, the Watcher. We'll head to find him instead. So, the Crazy Eights, we move out past the trebuchet toward the fort. Earlier, we had found his feathers at the back of the fort, so we know where he's supposed to be. So we go around, to the back of the fort. I also want to illustrate, at this point, it is fucking dark out. Like, you can't see shit without a lantern, of which we only have one. We have one lantern. We can't see fucking shit. We're at the back of this fort. Alright. We slowly start pulling up to the back of the fort. And we start calling out to the owl man. Because we assume he's here, right? We assume he's here. His weakness is also clanking metal. Alright? So we tell the... Honestly, he was like a pretty young guy, pretty young kid even. I don't know if he seemed like a teenager. We tell this teenager, like, start rattling the coins, because we had put coins in a metal mug to start, like, making metal clanking noises. And we start approaching, and we call out to the owl man. He's like, owl man, are you here? And we get a reply. He's like, yes, I am here. Again, I forget the exact words, but he declares himself, but we can't fucking see him. We can't see him. But all of a sudden, we see a lot of silhouettes. Like 10, 12 silhouettes. And we're like, wait, what? I thought we're supposed to fight a monster? Why is there an army there? And again, it's fucking dark. You can only see the outlines of this group slowly approaching. Yeah, it's like we can barely see shit. We can barely see shit. But we can see black figures or figures start approaching us. And all of a sudden, a fucking battle just fucking breaks out. All right? We were expecting to fight a monster. All of a sudden, we're fucking fighting a bunch of people in the dark. We can't fucking see them. And just a battle breaks out behind the fort. Just fucking... And for this battle, I think I was doing a different loadout. I was dual wielding for this battle, because dual wielding is supposed to be good against monsters in the meta. So that's why I was dual wielding. But we basically just get jumped by like 12 like random people. We don't know which one is the fucking owl man. And it's just fucking chaos in the dark. Like, you can still sometimes hear the fucking coins rattling in a desperate attempt, but it's just chaos, confusion. You can't see shit except for what's happening around 1 or 2 lanterns. I go out to the flanks to try and flank some guys in the dark. I get like 1 or 2 and then I get killed. And then the chaos settles. And someone asks Crazy Eights, is anyone alive? No, we're all fucking dead. Our party got fucking wiped. And we didn't even know by who or by what at this point. We literally just got fucking wiped. And eventually, we regather, and we're like, what the fuck was that? Well, it turns out, what had actually happened, and the Owl Man is now talking to us after the battle's over and we've lost. Apparently, when the first group had showed up to fight the Owl Man, to fight the Watcher, he was like, what the fuck? I was told I was only supposed to fight like 1 or 2 people at a time. Why is there 10, 12 people about to fight me? I was not told about this. Like, nobody told me I was fighting full parties. There's actually stand no chance. And so that group, who had encountered the Owl Man first, decided, I presumably they won against them and killed them. But after that, they're like, yeah, that's bullshit. You know what? We'll join you and become your apostles to fight the future groups, so it's an even fight. So what had happened is that we were the second group to encounter the Watcher. And as a result, we were fighting the first Monster Hunter group who had joined the fucking Watcher and the Owl Man. And those were the people who were fighting us and killing us and wiped us. And their group was 12. It was just larger than us. The Owl Man. Who's the fucking Watcher then? I'm getting them all confused. But yes, the Owl Man. And we that's who we'd actually been wiped by. We had been wiped by fucking the first group who had joined the owl. The Watcher's the wolf guy. Okay. Yeah, I've got them mixed up. You can tell I didn't do the fucking much of the research hint finding stuff. So yes, the Owlman party owned us. So at this point, we're like, hey, can we redo the encounter and like balance out the teams a bit? And they agreed. They're like, yeah, you can do that. We'll redo the encounter. We'll redo it over. And that's what we do. We restart the encounter. We go back down the corridor we had come down to do the battle in the first place. And we redo the encounter. And just as we begin doing this fight for the second time, just as the combat begins, a third group who has come to find the Owlman walks in from the other side. There's 2 corridors that lead to this location. We had come through one. A third party comes from the other corridor while the battle is just commencing, and they join in the fight as we're fighting the Owlman. So now it's like, and again, this was not planned. There was just a fight against the Owlman in progress. They walk in and just join the fight, and now there's 2 groups fighting against the Owlman apostles. And again, this is all happening with very minimal light in the dark. A lot of things I'm telling you is stuff we only piece together afterwards. In the dark with only a few lamps on, it's almost impossible to tell what the fuck is going on. All I know in the moment is that a bunch of other people have joined the fight that were not here at the start of this fight. And it's just fucking chaos everywhere. But eventually, there's only a few people left standing, me included. I think all the apostles are dead. It's like me, my friend, and I think 1 or 2 other people who are alive. And in all this chaos, I actually get right up to the Owlman. I'm right up against him. I'm fucking fighting the Owlman. I'm getting in 1 or 2 hits on him. And my friend goes like, Pavi, where the fuck are you? And I'm like, I'm fighting the fucking monster. I'm right here beside the Owlman. I hit him 1 or 2 more times. And then I get fucking killed. The Owlman fucking kills me because I'm dual wielding, so I don't have a fucking shield. But it shows you the chaos of all this shit, where like even my own like teammate and friend who's in the fucking Monster Hunter party with me is like, where the fuck are you? And they're asking me that when I'm right beside the monster fucking attacking it. Like, it's just fucking pandemonium. I get in a final 1-2 hit, I go down, and I think literally, I think my friend goes in for a hit, goes down, and then someone else from the other party gets the final hit, and we take down the Owlman. But holy shit, it was... To recap this whole fiasco, we encounter the Owlman with the giant apostles, we get wiped, we restart the fight, and then another party joins in the fight. This is all in the dark, barely lit by torches at like fucking 10 p.m. Can't see shit, but we do defeat the Owlman. The Owlman and the apostles are defeated. And we go to collect our reward. Also, the Owlman at this point is pissed off because he's been hit in the head a bunch when that's not allowed. But it's fucking dark, so nobody can see what the fuck they're doing. So this guy's just getting fucking hit in the head nonstop. And he's mad because nobody told him he'd be fighting like full parties, basically, of like 8 to 12 people. So he's having a rough night. He's having a real rough night, but at least in the moment he's taking it somewhat gracefully. And we get a reward, which is Cadbury cream Easter eggs. Oh yeah. Basically, the reward for killing him is his eggs, or her eggs. I don't know how it works, but they had a giant tub of Cadbury cream eggs that everybody got a Cadbury cream egg, of which I still have mine. I have not eaten mine yet. It's actually just sitting there. Or no, not mine. I have my friends who doesn't like chocolates who gave me theirs, and now I have theirs, but I haven't eaten it yet. But it's still around. I will eat it at some point. But yeah, fucking chaos. Fucking chaos in the dark, but a dub nonetheless. The Monster Hunter party is successful. However, at this point, we're realizing that this shit is a fiasco. Like, nothing is going according to the plan of this quest line at all. Alright? Fucking Second Snatcher hasn't shown up because they're at a party. Wolfman, after fighting one party, has said, fuck this shit and dipped. Owlman is like, what the fuck? Nobody told me I'm fighting full entire parties. This is fucking stupid and getting hit in the head a bunch. Like, the quest line's in tatters. So we decide, you know what? We're gonna go back to the guy who gave the quest and just get new instructions on what to do. Because clearly this isn't going to plan, even though it's a lot of fun. Honestly, it's a shit show. But anyway, we're still having fun. So we go back to the quest guy, who's the organizer. We tell him everything going on. And he gives us a new direction. He's like, okay, thank you for telling me all this. You should still be able to fight the pesky birds. This is where they are. You need to say this password when you get near the area for the pesky birds to know that it's you. And if you say these words, they'll come out. Just like a 3-syllable fantasy word. And if you say that, they'll come out. So, great. We got new instructions. We know what we're doing. We head back out toward the fort. We're walking past the trebuchet. And then as we're walking on the main path, there's a dark figure in a cloak in the middle of the path. And my friend claims not to have heard this. I swear I heard it. All you hear is a tick, 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 like a clock ticking noise from this dark-robed figure in the middle of the fucking road. And we're like, are you the second snatcher? Are you the second snatcher? And at this point, once again, another group is pulling up that was behind us at the same time. I don't know if they were in front of us or behind us, but another group again has pulled up at the same time just as this is happening. And then it becomes very clear, oh my god, this is the second snatcher. And everybody, this is like this point, this is a party of like 20 people, okay? 20 people just fucking go in, fucking hitting him, fighting him. Again, can barely see shit. There's like 1 or 2 lanterns. You can only basically see the outline of this fucking guy. And all in attack. Second snatcher goes down. Literally falls over, goes down. We think the person playing the second snatcher is just hurt. So everybody, second snatcher's down, we back off. Like, my friend goes over to help the second snatcher back up. And the second snatcher whispers in my friend's ear, "This isn't over." And then it's like, fuck, it isn't over, everybody's still alive. Everybody goes into another panic because we thought he was fucking dead, but he's not fucking dead. So we go in attacking him again. But it's just very clear. We've hit him so many times that it's clear, like, none of our attacks are doing shit. They're not doing fucking anything. Like, so at this point we're like, okay, we got to do something with the weakness then. None of our hits are doing anything. So, again, one of the younger people in the Crazy 8, the Loco Ocho, if you will, who we assigned the timepiece. Yeah, he's slow. He is aura forming slow walk while we're smacking. He is just walking, just taking the hits. It is crazy. The Loco Ocho. Yeah, exactly. The person we had signed the timepiece, which was his weakness. We're like, yo, get the timepiece. Get the timepiece. Show him the timepiece. That's his weakness. There's this kid, must have been like 17, 18, holds up the timepiece and goes, "Timepiece, motherfucker! Timepiece!" The second snatcher, like, turns toward him and goes in a full-on sprint toward the fucking kid. This, again, he must have been like 16, 17, holding this timepiece and books it at him. And, dude, I felt so bad. The kid fucking is like, oh, fuck. Then also starts running and is fucking just chasing this kid around with the timepiece. Once again, pandemonium again breaks out because, like, what the fuck is happening? We keep hitting him and hitting him. And fucking chasing the kid with the timepiece. Oh my, it was, again, all happening in the dark with barely any light. But after a while, we keep fighting him, but he's not dying. And eventually, the second Snatcher stops fighting and goes like, another group knew the ritual, but you do not. And then everyone is like, oh, we don't know the actual ritual to beat him, because we thought the weakness was the timepiece. Turns out there was a lot. You had to do a complicated ritual to actually activate this guy's weakness. We were doing no damage the whole time, and the kid we had assigned the timepiece, presuming it's the weakness, it doesn't do shit. It was actually fucking useless. So that kid, we truly believed in our heart of hearts the weakness was the timepiece, and I'm pretty sure the kid did too. But him just saying timepiece motherfucker, it didn't do anything, which is why the fucking guy just turned and chased him down. Like, it didn't do shit. But we quickly realized we don't know how to beat this guy. So we disengage and we move on. We move on. We head toward where the pesky birds are supposed to be. And keep in mind, we got entangled with another group at this point during this fight as well. So this has happened a couple times now at this point. We're like, you know what? Other group, you go ahead, you fight the pesky birds. And once you start coming back, like, we'll fight the pesky birds after you. We'll give you time to do that fight. Because this has happened too many times where our groups are accidentally melding because we're encountering quests at the same time. So they go ahead. We're just chilling for a bit on the road. We're not doing too much. Eventually, enough time passes where, you know what, we're gonna head over to do that fight now. We gave them like 20 or so minutes, I think. So we start heading down the road where the pesky birds are supposed to be. Again, this road is completely like pitch black. Again, can't see fucking shit. We have one lantern and it doesn't light very far. On the way back, or coming back, we run into the group that was there before us, and they had lost to the pesky birds. They had told us they had lost. So we're like, oh shit. Oh shit, they lost to the pesky birds. This is going to be tough. So we start devising some strategy. We decide to break up into two groups, because we had two pole arms, so we decide to split our pole arms into two different groups, with groups supporting each pole arm, because the pole arms are just the most effective weapon, period. But as we're walking down this dark path, like this dark, imagine just a long pathway with like forest, just dense forest lining it, and in the pitch black, where when you look at the trees are just an outline of black on the sides. Like, this is the type of vibe we're talking about. And we're told there's a point with two lanterns where the pesky birds are supposed to be. And we get in sight of the two lanterns. We see the two lanterns ahead of us. We're thinking, battle, we're about to start the battle, or that the battle's imminent. So we start calling out the keyword that we're supposed to call out, when all of a sudden an assembly of hooded figures block the path in front of us. Again, complete silence. You can see their outlines and nothing else, otherwise completely dark. And slowly you just see the whole path covered in these people, and they start encroaching along the edges into the forest too. And we're like, what the fuck is happening? And then, without even a verbal cue or a warning, all you hear is the footsteps of them charging us. Like, you literally just hear the, like, Minecraft feet SFX. Fucking of them all fucking running at us. They haven't said a word. They haven't said shit. And all of a sudden, we're just getting jumped by a bunch of hooded figures on this path. And we're just, at this point, we're like, oh, okay, this is an encounter, I guess, so this must be related to our quest. We just start fighting. And then, as we start fighting, a group of figures or a massive group of people, probably like 20 people, who have like glow sticks, come up from behind us. They see this battle, and then they charge. They yell, "Charge!" And while we're fighting these hooded figures, from the back, a fucking posse of 20 people with glow sticks are fucking charging at the rear. And we're just caught in between fucking dark hooded figures who've just jumped us, and now an army of people with glow sticks fucking charging us from behind. And again, we don't know what the fuck is happening. It's dark, we can't see shit. We've just heard a fucking group of hooded figures and just their footsteps charge us, which we're now fighting, and now glow sticks are attacking us. Like, what the fuck is happening? What the fuck? And at one point, during the fighting in this random just fucking skirmish, of which we're completely at this point swallowed up in, some guy comes up to my friend and says, "You don't even have a fucking glow stick." And slowly, as everybody realizes what's fucking happening, like, we realize the glow stick people, we've just basically, we stumbled into a quest we were not supposed to stumble into. Apparently, the people with the glow sticks had their own quest and quest set up on the same path that they were doing at the same time as us. And the hooded figures had somehow mistaken us as people doing that quest when the indicator was supposed to be they're wearing glow sticks. And we had just basically ruined their encounter by accident. And they were not happy about it. They were not happy. Hence you're not even wearing fucking glow sticks. But in our defense, what the fuck were we supposed to do? We literally got jumped and got caught in a battle. Like, it was a disaster. It was a disaster. And it was also just scary as fuck. You've never had fucking 5 hooded or not 5. It was like, probably, I'd have to guess, like 10 hooded figures surround you on a dark path at night. You have never fucking encountered that in your life, alright? That shit was fucking scary. And then the pandemonium and chaos of what the fuck is happening as the glow sticks attack us too. Like, oh my god. But eventually, we realize there's been a misunderstanding. We realize we've interfered in the quest by accident. And so, we keep going down the path and we get right up to the 2 lanterns where we're supposed to do the quest. And then, we use the keywords, and we fight the pesky birds. And I'm gonna keep it a buck. Those birds didn't stand a fucking chance. We destroyed those fucking birds. Our strategy of just massively having 2 groups supporting a main polearm was actually just fucking broken. The monsters, actually, we just fucking destroyed them. And keep in mind, these costumes, they weren't as elaborate as I say this costume, like here. They were people in bird costumes, basically. With, like, not on stilts or huge or anything, but we fucked up the pesky birds, man. The pesky birds got fucking owned. And honestly, the pesky birds after the fight were like, holy shit, you guys fucking... The way to described it, because we had heard the previous group had lost, so we were like, oh, this is gonna be a tough fight. But they're like, damn, your guys' tactics were actually just on point. You guys were pretty good. You also used like the exact correct keyword, which the guy who gave the quest had just told us, but you know what, we'll take it. Apparently the other group didn't use the proper keyword, but we did. And we fucked them up. We fucked up the pesky birds, man. We fucked them up. That shit was fucking fire. That was fire. So with the pesky birds defeated, and our reward for that fight, we got a phoenix feather, which was like a revival item. That we could use in anything except the main battle. It wouldn't be valid in the main battle, but in any roleplay or any battles outside of the main battles, it's just a full revive item, which is pretty cool. So after that, At this point, we've done all that we really can do. Alright? Owlman has been defeated. Pesky birds have been defeated. We fought the second Snatcher, but we don't know how to beat him. And the Wolfman is fucked off. So we've accomplished all that we can. So we start walking back to camp. And as we're walking past the trebuchet, where we originally fought the second Snatcher, we're like, where the fuck is the second Snatcher? Like, we literally fought this guy on this path. Where did he go? Because he's not there anymore. He's not there. Which we find out that answer a bit later in the evening. But in the moment, we're like, where did he go? So we head back to the monster hunting area. And as we get back to the, like, quest giver, the quest organizer, Owlman has returned to camp. And he is letting the organizer have a piece of his mind about how this has gone. Owlman was not happy. Alright. Owlman was like, bro, I got hit in the head a bunch of times. You didn't tell me I was going to be fighting 8 to 12 people. Like, what the hell, man? Like, you didn't tell me any of this stuff. Like, we heard the boss was getting laid into by Owlman. And honestly, for good reason. But yeah, Owlman was not happy. But once we get back, like, Questmaster doesn't have anything else for us to really do at that point. So our monster hunt at that point is over. But honestly, we put in a good showing. Considering it was a complete shit show, one, it was an incredible night. Like, all of those stories of, like, fighting those monsters back to back, the Owlman's apostles, the fucking hooded figures jumping us in the night, the glow sticks, the fucking pesky birds fucking them up, the fucking second Snatcher fight where, fuck it was a complete shit show, and we couldn't kill him, and he just approached us with a fucking tick 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 noise in the fucking dark. Like, holy, it was incredible. It was a shit show. Undeniably, it was a shit show, but it was a fun as fuck shit show. Now you're probably wondering, where did the second Snatcher go? Well, we found out later in the evening. We were out getting some drinks with some of our guildmates later in the evening. We're walking back just talking about the battle. And we meet a runner from the battle called Biscuit. And Biscuit, during the battle, he wasn't fighting. He was running to relay information. That was his job. That's what he did. He's also very Quebecois, like very thick accent. But we start talking about our evenings. We start talking about the battle. All right, we start talking about our evenings. And eventually it comes up in conversation that he was doing the glow stick missions. Apparently the glow sticks, they had a few groups going around, but he was trying to do those glow stick quests. And he had been hearing about all this stuff of our quest line, the monster hunt, conflicting with the glow stick stuff. And he starts telling us about a story where he was walking by himself on the path, and that a hooded figure that was making ticking noises attacked him out of nowhere and chased him around for half an hour. And we're like, huh? We found out where the second Snatcher went. The second Snatcher fucking jumped one guy and just chased him around the entire, like, around the fort and into the fucking woods. We also found out that the second Snatcher, after that party, was drunk as fuck. It turns out, if you're drinking at parties and you drink a lot, you get drunk. So throughout the entire evening, throughout all these encounters, the second Snatcher has actually just been blasted out of his mind Which explains, one, why he was falling over so easily when we were fighting him. And two, why he's just jumping random people that are completely unrelated to the actual quest line and chasing them around. So that was some very funny closure to the Monster Hunt quest line. Just randomly encountering Biscuit later in the evening, who had been fucking chased by the Second Snatcher, until the Second Snatcher realized that Biscuit was not a part of the quest line, or not even doing the Monster Hunt quest. So there you go. That is an evening hunting monsters with the Crazy Eight, with the Ocho Loco, if you will. Incredible evening. Incredible evening. Like I said, shit show. But man, an incredible tale from start to finish. So there you go. Dude, the Second Snatcher is the best part. The Second Snatcher shit is so fucking funny. The Second Snatcher fucking charging the kid with the timepiece, chasing random people while drunk, falling over and being barely functioning, but still doing the quest anyways, even though they're completely fucked, is so fucking funny. So there you go. A very eventful Thursday. Because remember, the battle was during the day, and that was all the battle stuff, and then all the monster stuff was in the evening. Did you ever hear how you're supposed to be the Second Snatcher? No. I don't know. I know it was just complex. Like, when we talked to the guy, he's like, yeah, it's pretty complicated, the ritual to beat him. But we didn't know. Another group would figure it out, but we didn't. But yeah, that shit was fun. Alright. Which brings us to Friday. So Friday was very interesting. I'm gonna switch to not this image. Oh yeah, I'll just switch to this image because this one's related to what I was doing. Basically, this is where Gorgor Bay comes back into the story. Basically, after getting breakfast in the morning, me and my friend dropped by Gorgor Bay. And we were chatting with a sword fighter from Gorgor Bay. His name's Miguel. And Miguel is a kendo master. And we were asking him, or he told us, we just dropped by to say hi. And we waved at him, he waved at us, and he said, hey, come in the early afternoon and we'll have some fun. He didn't say what we'd be doing. He just said, come by in the early afternoon and we'll have some fun. Miguel, not Miguel O. Not his name. Miguel O, do you know kendo? Are you a kendo master? I don't think so. Miguel Kendo, actually. Maybe it checks out. But no. I would have heard the New Jersey accent from a mile away. This guy was Quebecois, fucking born and bred. Also, if I have to describe Miguel to you, this man, again, is about 50 years old, but he looks like Astarion from Baldur's Gate. No joke. Literally looks like Astarion if Astarion had aged gracefully to 50. Like flowing white hair, like similar build. He literally looks ripped straight out of Baldur's Gate. Also, fucking in incredible shape. But literally, this is what this guy looks like. He looks like gracefully aged 50-year-old Astarion. And I'm not joking. And also ripped. Astarion does kind of look aged fully to 50. I guess so, but like, even still, that's the mental image of this guy. Maybe not as, like, I guess Astarion's got a pretty big nose, if I remember, unless I'm mistaken. I don't fucking know. But maybe the features aren't as exaggerated or pronounced as Astarion, but in that ballpark. So you know what? Even though he didn't said what we'd be doing, me and my friends decide, you know what? Me and my camp or tent mates were like, you know what? We'll stop by in the early afternoon and see what's up. So we go do our own thing. We come back in the early afternoon. It's a beautiful day, by the way. It's a beautiful day. It's like the weather after that rainstorm has just been beautiful. It's like mid-20s, gentle breeze, especially in the shade, just wonderful. Yeah, IRL Asterion, literally. So we drop by Gorgor Bay, we drop by their building, which, by the way, their building, I didn't mention this, is like a 3-story tall structure inside with the heraldry of every guild and all of their crests and coat of arms. And when you go inside and look up, the roof is like, it's like an open courtyard when you walk inside the building. It's incredible building. But we go back to Gorgor Bay, early afternoon. Miguel actually looks shocked to see us. Does it exist all year round, this place? Yes, but it's just most active during this 1 week, Le Grand Bataille. So we wave to him. He gestures like one moment. He goes and grabs a short sword, some stuff. And he's like, hey guys, so what do you want to do? You want to do some sparring, some one-on-one? Some training? And we're like, yes, let's go do that. That sounds incredible. So we find a spot. It's down a staircase, nice in the shade, on a path in the woods with like a Stonehenge-like structure in the background, sun filtering through the leaves. And one by one, we line up to duel one-on-one the Kendo Master Miguel. And it was fucking awesome. Now, we were getting our asses beat, but this again feels like a scene out of a movie, right? Like the scenery is just incredible. And the situation's incredible in of itself, of just getting private sparring with a Kendo Master in the middle of the woods. And man, it was so much fun. Also worth noting, this guy, despite being like probably 30 years older than all of us, he, for the full 2 hours we're sparring with him, he barely takes a break. Like, we're rotating in, sparring with him, and by the end, we're more exhausted than he is. He's just fucking... He's built as fuck. His cardio's insane. He's pulling out stances I've never seen in my fucking life. Dude, there's one stance, I kid you not, where he's got one sword out like this, and he's holding the other sword above his head. And this is the stance. He was, at some points, he was stunning on us. There's another stance where he was facing sideways with his, like, hands like this. Wait, I'll switch to this view. Like, he was doing this, like, sideways while facing us. He was actually aura farming. Yeah, the stances he pulled out when he was dual wielding were insane. Like the way he was fighting with one sword was much more standard. Obviously, we're fucking noobs, but he was also just calling his shots too. He's like, I'm gonna hit your left shoulder. And then he would hit your left shoulder. He literally was calling his home runs. Alright? He was like, I'm gonna hit your left shoulder. I'm gonna use my left hand and I'll hit your left shoulder. And he'd do it. Now, for me, I was struggling a bit to, especially at first. Actually, I mean, I was doing okay at first. I actually struggled. Once I had a shield, I was struggling because I wasn't used to moving with a shield and sword. So it was leading to weird stuff, but like, I got a few hits in. I was mainly hitting his legs, because for me, at least with 3D visualization, the only part of his body I could imagine where they would be were his legs. So I was getting some hits in on his legs, but overall, he was outclassing us. Obviously, because he's fucking dedicated most of his life to this shit, but yeah, it was fucking cool. It was very fucking cool. Oh my god, I also accidentally fucking hit him in the eye. Oh my god. That was not... Because here's what happened, okay? He was showing me a stance where you hold your sword by default down. Another nat 1. I did roll a lot of nat 1s this week, okay? But he's holding his sword, like, default stance down. The idea being, like, from holding the sword down, you can flick it up or move it up very quickly to intercept or strike your opponent. I decided, you know what, I'll try this out. So I tried it out. I'm like, I'm gonna hold the sword down. A fool's guard. If that's what it's... Look, sword people, if you know what that is, let me know. But if it's a fool's guard, sure, we'll go with fool's guard. So I try it out. Let's try it out. I'll try this. Literally on the first swing of trying it and bringing the sword up, I've never done this in my fucking life before. I immediately just literally hit him in the eye. On my... like, instantly. Not my intention whatsoever. I was just trying to bring it up, period, to just hit anywhere. But I, like, instantly hit him in the eye. And I'm like, oh, no. Fuck. Oh, no. And I apologize profusely. I felt awful. I still do feel awful. Because that's, like, a classic, like, oh man, I'm new. Let me try this thing that I have no clue how to actually wield. And then, like, I hit him in the fucking face immediately. I'm like, oh my god. Oh my fucking god, of course. So yeah, definitely my fault. But he was graceful about it. He was chill about it. He didn't, like, blow up on me or anything. It was chill, but man, it did suck. Like, it did not feel good at all. Especially, that was near the end of the session, so it was a bad note to end on, but overall, that full... Did he get a black eye? No. From what I know, he ended up being okay. He was in the battle the next day, which I think one of my friends saw him get hit in the face again in the battle, but if he showed up to the battle the next day, I assume he was okay. I don't think he would have if he wasn't okay. Yeah, not even black eye, no. At least to my knowledge. But, yeah. Overall, other than that one moment, those 2 hours are... They're the type of moments during this week that actually felt genuinely magical. Where you're like, is this really happening right now? Am I really sparring with a kendo master by a Stonehenge circle in the woods on a beautiful day? Is this really what's happening right now? And, I mean, you're not thinking of that consciously in the moment. In the moment, you're just enjoying that that's happening, like, at all. And yeah, that was just a very magical couple of hours there. Yeah, it was a great time. It was a great time. A great way to spend a Friday afternoon. The best way you ever could spend a Friday afternoon, to be honest. But yeah, shout out to Miguel of Gorgor Bay. I crit him with 1% accuracy. That is... that is real. I had my 1% hit chance, and it hit, and it critted him. Which is unfortunate, because it was not my intention to crit him. He hits it? Yeah, unfortunately, I did hit it. I mean, if that's a real war, and that happens, that is kind of crazy. Try out the Fool's Guard for the first time, and immediately kill your opponent? Kind of crazy. We can frame it that way. Yeah, in the field of battle, I tried the Fool's Guard for the first time, and I killed a Kendo Master. That's the charitable way to interpret it, rather than the stupid beginner hits Kendo Master in the eye trying Fool's Guard for the first time, which is the reality. That's what really happened. That's what really happened. But Friday had a bunch of other interesting stuff. Mainly, once again, in the evening. I've got to say, Picoline, during La Grande Bataille, in the evenings, the vibes, the energy, the shows, the entertainment, it's literally like a week-long festival. Just straight up. Immaculate. And this is another night of immaculate entertainment. Because in the evening is the phenomenon known as Yorick Bloodspore. So this takes place in the Monster Pit. And this is the Monster Pit. Alright? Right now, or in this picture, it's just a bunch of kids fighting. Also, I am in this image. And if you can find me in this image, what should the reward be? Also, any people who were with me at the beginning, or were actually with me in person, I'm looking at you, Thunderstorm, cannot say where I am, or even give hints, okay? But this is a where's Pavise situation. Where is Pavise? So if you want to screen cap this and take a look, be my guest. Were you wearing the same thing as the other pic? I'm not going to say what I'm wearing. But if you find me, I'll think of a reward. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but I'll think of a reward. Are they not all me? They are not all me. But yes, this is the Monster Pit. And every year in the Monster Pit, they have an event called Yorick Bloodspore, where Yorick, the Jester, hosts the equivalent of medieval fantasy WWE. Filled with medieval fights, monsters, and ultimately it's a comedy as well. It's a comedy show. It's like a comedy parody WWE medieval fantasy show. And it fucking rules, okay? I think they do have an upload of it, which I will show quickly here if you want an idea. This camera, I'm not going to say where I was. I was about to say where I was. I'll say, to help people out, I am on this side. Not in this picture, I'm in this side though, if you want a hint of where I am. But I won't say where. Also, this is in French. French warning.
Commence à piquer. Plus fort. Yorick,
Yorick, Yorick, Yorick.
Yorick, 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 Yorick. Mesdames et messieurs, damoiseaux et damoiselles et autres créatures fantastiques non binaires, bref, sinistre populace médiévale, bonsoir! Nous revoilà ici, à cette date, dans les mêmes vieux costumes du vendredi qui commencent à piquer. Alors que la glacière de tout le monde ressemble un peu plus à chaque jour à de l'eau avec du jambon en suspension. Alors que les douches sont de plus en plus porteuses de verrues plantaires. Alors que tintent une fois de plus les cloches de la cathédrale métaphorique de la violence dans le divertissement,
Yes.
annonçant le début du Yorick Bloodsport 2025.
Yeah, I'll skip ahead to when there's actually some action. But, I mean, this shit's fucking awesome. Like, let me skip ahead. I think the orcs fight this knight. Oh my god, where's a good fight? Oh yeah, the fucking...
Joint ne sort et mon honneur perdu dans un backstory super...
This bit was funny. So they have the...
Espérons que mes joints... Enfin, faites-moi confiance. Ready to go, les chums. D'ailleurs, voici qu'arrive la célèbre Ronin vagabonde Akiko Kimanaku.
with a dragon called, I think Slushy is the dragon's name.
La voilà, toujours accompagné de son fidèle dragon de glace, Slushy.
Yes, yeah. The fucking guy with the dragon puppet.
À travers les royaumes exotiques de Kate et de Sipango, nous avons enfin trouvé l'emplacement de la pierre magique qui me permettra de racheter mon honneur perdu dans un backstory super complexe pour lequel nous n'avons tout simplement pas le temps. Vous lirez le manga, tout le monde. Vous allez voir, c'est super féministe et empowering.
True.
Oh, tu as bien raison, Akiko. Dit Slushy avec sa meilleure imitation de la voix de Scooby-Doo. Maintenant, il ne reste plus qu'à aller m'emparer de la pierre, et ce, à l'aide de cette bonne vieille main que j'affectionne tant pour prendre les choses. Mais qu'est-ce que... Oh, regardez tout le monde. Il semblerait qu'un Tengu, un majestueux homme-oiseau de la mythologie japonaise, ait décidé de venir nous rejoindre. Oh, Misa, très content d'avoir retrouvé Maxi Pierre Magique.
This shit is fucking crazy. I think, did they get to the point where they like freeze them and fight? Oh, this fight is funny. Because another... Oh yeah, this. Yeah, the Jar Jar voice.
Autour de la pierre en se faisant le truc des 3 Spider-Man. Oh, et c'est à ce moment que, profitant de l'ambiguïté de ce Mexican stand-off, le Tengu tenta une course désespérée pour s'emparer de la pierre du courage. Mais c'est un oiseau, alors il se dirige très aléatoirement vers la pierre du courage. Oh, meilleure chance la prochaine fois, la pierre est amie, ça. Mais Slushy, le fidèle dragon de classe, fut plus rapide et utilisa son souffle glacé pour congeler le Tengu. Souffle de glace.
Dude, Yorick is so sick with the SFX, man. Yorick is voicing every character and doing SFX. It's insane. But yeah, this shit is so fucking incredible. There's like a dance performance in the middle. This bit with the fucking Guts fucking sword where they have the kid of a monster give like this like character riddles that like he has to solve, like, and then there's a bit where this character uses the power of heavy metal against the furries, but then they break out into fucking J-pop. Like,
Fey realm, 1,000 years might have gone in your world. All you know and love reduced to dust. So goes the revenge of the Fey.
Actually, wait. I need to get to this
hell,
monster's intro.
Dit Rolf. Wagon on the free.
But it was all little night. In
I can't get to his intro.
heavy metal night. Indeed, you have found the stone of bravery, but it was all a devious trap. You are now in Arcadia, the Fey realm. The rules of reality are our own to bend as we please here. And you have very little time to escape, for you see, even if you remain but a couple of minutes in the Fey realm, 1,000 years might have gone in your world. All you know and love reduced to dust. So goes the revenge of the Fey.
How does he even make those noises,
C'était le rire
man?
du loup, by the way. Eh bien... C'est ce que nous allons voir, répondit Rolf, défiant. J'ai toujours en moi un atout spécial pour vous battre. Je crois savoir que les fées ont un point faible pour le métal. Et sans attendre, une seule seconde de plus, Rolf leur envoyait en pleine figure le growl de tous les growls.
This is what I mean, though. Look at this shit. He's like metal roaring at them. So he's busting a move in those stilts, by the way.
Mais enfin, mon précieux métal, que m'arrive-t-il?
Foolish heavy metal knight, you are in the Fey realm. Here we control every aspect of reality, including your pathetic metal music. What will you do now?
Dude.
Non! Comment est-ce possible? Dit Rolf, tombant à genoux. Que suis-je sans le pouvoir?
What am I looking at? You're looking at cinema, is what you're looking at. They also had a bit later where they did like a turn-based battle bit, which was really funny.
Vous avoir contre les calling la bien distance. Tu n'es toujours pas assez, mais bien. À l'attaque, tout le monde. Formation turn-based RPG. Parfait. Burglax utilise Hero Sword.
Like this is cinema. This is fucking peak, dude.
Akiko utilise Samurai Slash. Rolf utilise Berserker's Charge. Obsidian utilise Gros Pex. Ça fonctionne, les amis, les hordes des damnés en prennent pour leur rhume. Oh, mais attention, voilà Isfet qui s'apprête à caster une sorte de Area of Effect. Banshee Scream! Zut alors, il semblerait que tout le monde soit maintenant étourdi par l'attaque de la liche. Inutile de vous dire que les voilà maintenant en mauvaise posture.
Dude, I love the stun animations.
Oh, regardez tout le monde, c'est Dragon Kid qui vient se joindre à la mêlée. C'est le moment, tout le monde. Utilisez les pierres du pouvoir. Courage, bravoure, vaillance, témérité, héroïsme. Go! Oh non, les amis, il semblerait qu'un orc un peu fucker ait décidé de faire un coup de cochon à Burglax.
It is fucker. Oh!
Bravo. Excellente connaissance des cues. Musique. Burglax, mon dos, êtes-vous correct?
Tragic. It's so
Qu'est-ce que tu
sad.
penses, esti de narrateur? Excusez, ça fait mal. Vite, faites venir mon écuyer. Ah, voilà le fidèle écuyer de Burglax. Fidèle écuyer, est-ce que c'est toi? Nous n'avons hélas plus beaucoup de temps. Je tiens, premièrement, à m'excuser pour toutes les fois où je t'ai battu brutalement pour te punir d'affaires relativement mineures tout au long de ta formation. J'ose cependant croire que cette violence institutionnalisée ferait de toi un aussi bon chevalier que moi. La vérité, c'est que c'est ça le secret.
Violence
Battre
institutionnellement is
constamment son
crazy.
écuyer. Je fais de toi mon digne successeur. Tiens, bienvenue dans la chevalerie, mon esti.
Dude. Cinema. It's fucking
La fin
cinema,
est proche
folks.
pour moi. Ne voyez-vous pas la faucheuse en personne qui vient me chercher? La faucheuse en personne. Ok, parfait.
Oh yeah, this is crazy. Death shows up.
Burglax, je suis venu te chercher.
This puppet is crazy. Look
En
at
fait,
this.
excuse, non, je me suis fourré dans mon horaire. C'est Isfet que je viens chercher aujourd'hui. Toi, finalement, tu vas être ben correct. Mais qu'est-ce que quoi? Dit Isfet, incrédule. C'est impossible. Je ne peux pas mourir. Je suis une.
I'm just
morte
watching
vivante.
this again. It's just peak.
Justement, Isfet, voilà de cela trop longtemps que tu es le méchant officiel de Bicoline. Et que les maîtres du jeu t'utilisent à toutes les fucking sauces. Si eux ne sont pas tannés, moi je le suis. Sorry, ma chum, mais comme le disait Terenas Ménétil en 2008 dans Wrath of the Lich King, hélas, aucun roi ne règne pour toujours.
Les fucking sauce
Écoutez,
is
faucheuse,
crazy.
implora Burglax, c'est que j'avais prévu mourir héroïquement afin de cimenter ma légende. Vous êtes certaine que vous pouvez pas me prendre à la place? Ce n'est pas comme ça que la mort fonctionne, Burglax.
What is this Franglish Quebecois
Allez,
mid?
c'est
You don't understand the
time
Quebec
to
culture.
go. Les puissances des ténèbres sont vaincues. Oh, quelle horreur! Qu'est-ce qui va arriver de nous dans l'au-delà? C'est la grande question, n'est-ce pas? Pour vrai, les chums, je suis aussi surpris que vous par la résolution de toutes ces conneries. T'as croire que le spectacle était trop long, il fallait que ça finisse.
I mean, that's basically the end of the show. There's more stuff, but yeah, that was the turn-based battle bit. I mean, this show though, fucking awesome. I hear that this is the last time they're doing this show. Les Chums, bro, that's culture right there. Les Chums is fucking culture. And if you think Les Chums isn't fucking culture, I regret to inform you, you've lost the plot. Les Chums is fucking funny. Les Chum, dude, I love Les Chums. That's fucking great. But yeah, this show was fucking awesome, and it's a shame. I apparently they're not bringing it back because there's this. Oh, actually, this bit is fucking funny too. Wait, this bit, this bit's funny. I'm sorry, I keep coming to parts of the show where I'm like, this is too peak not to share. This shit is fucking hilarious.
Et maintenant, mesdames et messieurs, un mot de notre sponsor. Le Yorick Bloodsport 1025 est une présentation de ses fiers commanditaires, les flagelleurs mentaux, qui vous rappellent que rien de mieux que s'insérer un de leurs têtards dans l'oreille. N'hésitez pas à recréer ce comportement à la maison, les enfants. Qui a besoin d'une conscience individuelle quand on peut être l'esclave du Elder Brain? Certainement pas moi. Le Yorick Bloodsport vous est également offert par Meubles Agnar, les plus beaux meubles décorum de tout le Moyen-Âge. Payable. Payable en solar. Payable en solar. C'est un hostie de bon deal, les amis. Laissez-moi vous dire qu'il serait un raisonnement erroné que de laisser passer une telle
If you don't
opportunité.
get the
Meubles
joke,
Agnar, sur la côte nord,
he's
à
doing an
côté
ad
du
read for a
Lotus.
fucking like bench
Et maintenant,
via
reprenons
fucking
tous
mind
ensemble
control
cette
for the ad
gamique
reads.
publicitaire où je tire un carreau d'arbalète dans la foule et la créature inférieure qui l'attrapera se verra l'heureuse gagnante d'un meuble Agnar. Que commence commence la frénésie marketing.
The fucking t-shirt gun equivalent. This is fucking peak. Also fired it into the middle of fucking nowhere. Can we please turn subtitles on? They are on, in French. English subtitles soon. They haven't arrived yet. I couldn't tell what the guy was doing, so he thought he was reading a monotone. No, it's just the fucking Cthulhu fucking mind control monsters, like, literally mind controlling and puppeting him for the ad read. But yeah, this shit fucking peak, man. But here's the thing. This wasn't even the last show of the night. In fact, I think on this channel, I don't think I got the video up in advance. On this channel, there was a fucking fire show right after. which was insane. Skip ahead until they're doing the fire stuff. And again, like, look, people were like right fucking there. Like, I don't know if you see that. Like, oh, why are they ending the York show? Labor dispute, obviously. But yeah, the person that does the York character apparently hasn't been compensated, allegedly. So, just in a dispute with the organizers. I mean, again, hint, I could feel the flames. So, I don't know. That's for people trying to locate. Like, when some of these fires stuff was happening, just think, like, usually when you go to a show like this, like, there's barriers, or they're on a stage, or they're very far away. This shit is, like, right fucking there. Also, this fire show was like a video game medley, and it was fucking awesome. My fucking inner 12-year-old was like, hell yeah. Like, who doesn't want to hear fucking Dovahkiin to a fire show, okay? Well, like, where else are you gonna get that? Yeah, Insane Guy, you can translate for the people. I understand a lot of it, but I'm not good enough to translate it, probably as well as you are. If you trust Insane Guy translations. I'll skip ahead to the Dovahkiin. Also, this was fire. Literally fire. Look at this. Like, this is just crazy, man. I'm looking for Dovahkiin. They had a Zelda one. Like, look at this. This is just fucking sick, man. There was no Fire Emblem, by the way. For those getting your hopes up, there was no Fire Emblem. I don't want you to think like, oh my god, is there going to be a Fire Emblem one? No. Oh yeah, this was crazy. The fire swords, look at this. Like, it's like a fight over this, like, bag of treasure. Like, come on. How could, like, this is just fucking awesome. Do they have Final Fantasy? I think they had a Final Fantasy song in there. There was also a crazy one where it's like, this is gonna be more fire swords. Oh, this is the Dovahkiin. There we go. This one's crazy too. Like, come on. Like, this shit fucking rules, man. The conclusion to this one's crazy too. Like, you get a POV from this side. It's like a duel against like a lancer. Flame lance. His flame did go out on that hit though. But this was crazy. This shot of like the lance going like come on. Now where this shit really went crazy was when they brought out people in like full suits. They doused this person in fucking oil. Like, look, they're fucking pouring shit. And then they bring out, like, I've never seen this, like, piece of equipment before. It's like an ember thing. You'll see what I mean. Like, whoa, like... Dude, it's so fucking cool. And then this one with, like, fucking lanterns of this shit. Like, look at this. Oh my god. It's just so fucking cool. Did I record this? No. This is on Jinx LARPing. Thank you to Jinx LARPing for recording this. You see in the bottom left under chat. Also, you see the watermark in the right. But yeah, this shit fucking rules. And then they did a big last, like, everybody going crazy. Da, na, 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 na. So, like, when I say this shit was peak, this is what I mean. Being there live for this was incredible. Like, I think I had some pictures lined up of this too, if they're gonna load up. Like, yeah, seeing this shit live was fucking awesome. like, keep in mind, it was Yorick Bloodsport into this on Friday evening. Just incredible. This is what I mean of, like, I think Bickeline and Le Grand Bataille genuinely has enough for, like, even if you're not into the LARP stuff specifically, there's so much that happens over the course of the week in terms of shows and entertainment and events and things to do where you will, like, actually never run out of stuff to do over the course of the week. Like, keep in mind, for me, I was mainly focused on the battles in the day and battle related stuff in the day, and then all this stuff in the night. But there's, like, actual, like, so many quests and activities, and I didn't even get into Troll Ball, the sport that they play, or the 8v8 battles that have, like, legit teams where they do 8v8, like, tactical combat. Like, there's so much. It's fucking sick. It's fucking sick. But yes, Friday night with the fire show, fucking awesome. Another thing I saw this night I didn't do much after. We went to a party, but honestly, I was exhausted or kind of done, so I went to bed. But at this party, I don't know if anyone has footage of this, but someone at this party had made a gambling game that used bugs, where you would bet on a bug to be the last one left in the arena. Now, they didn't fight. It was more that the bugs were released into a space, and the last one to remain in the space was the winner, and you would bet on which bug you thought would be the last one to stay in the play area. Because there's, like, I forget what was baiting the bugs out of the play area, but, like, slowly bugs would leave the play area, and the last bug remaining would be the winning one. And I mean, you're betting in-game currency, you're not betting real money. And also, there is a full in-game currency and economy if you're a fucking economy nerd. But yeah, you can bet in-game currency or items or whatever on this stuff. Snail race, but with other bugs. It was beetles, from what I remember. It was beetles. So, like, that stuff's crazy too. That stuff's crazy as well. Like, there's just from doing this, there's so many creative people doing creative things at this event that, like, from the monster costumes to the shows to the entertainment to bug gambling, it's genuinely incredible the amount of contributions pouring into this place that are honestly super cool to behold. But finally, we get to Saturday. 2 battles. Remember, Tuesday battle canceled, which means the only battle left, or there's 2 battles now that have to happen on Saturday to make up for the one missed on Tuesday. And these battles, I've realized I've been streaming for 4 hours, which is crazy. But that's how many stories there are. When I say this is, like, insanity, the amount of stuff that happened, this is what I mean. And there's stuff I'm leaving out too. But anyways, for the battles, or day 2, these battles take place in the fort, and it's a 2-part battle. Unfortunately, the day of the battle, I wake up, I'm not feeling great. I think I'm starting to get sick. I have much lower energy. I've also just been doing more than I've ever done. Like, this was a week where it's fully spent outside being active all day, and by this point your feet are killing you from both battles and just walking nonstop all day. So I was like, I don't think I can do this again in the full battle kit. I might actually just sit out the battle. And that was my initial plan. I'm like, you know what? I gotta taste the battle. I'm not feeling it today. I don't think I can do this. But then around the encamp, I hear that the commander for our guild is asking people who don't want to do battle or want to do support stuff. They say, and this is in roleplay, the Emperor has asked for help. We have an additional cannon that needs support. Are there any guild members who want to help operate a cannon for the battle? And at that point, I'm like, I think someone asked if you need weapons or gear, and they say no, you don't need any weapons or gear. And I'm like, perfect, because I can't wear chain. I don't have the energy to wear my, like, this full kit. So that's what I do. Battles 2 and 3, I am on support for one of the cannons on our side. Now let me get an image up of one of these cannons, and I think there should be one in this video. I remember there being one. Where's the cannons? There we go. Now this wasn't the cannon that I wasn't operating, but this is one of the cannons. They are mobile cannons. They're meant to be like set down and then move to new stuff when the front line shifts. Like they're mobile. They shoot out. Actually, I think there's footage of one of these being used. There's a ballista as well there, but I want to see if there's footage of the cannon being loaded and used. Yeah, there we go. Again, not my cannon that I was operating. This was a different cannon, and actually this is the Gorgor Bay cannon. So you know I mentioned Gorgor Bay has the sun on their heraldry with the red and blue. This is their stuff. Also, check out the hat game, by the way. Check out the feather game. But basically, the cannonballs are these bright red, like foam balls, the type you would play in school with dodgeball. Not like an actual dodgeball, but the light foam ones. That then you load into the cannon, and these are like air pressurized, and they do shoot the cannonball. So like, let's see if they show. Also, if you want to see a monster, there's one of the monsters, by the way. This isn't a type of shit where you'll see this shit on the battlefield and you'll be like, I'm fucked. This is the last thing you see before you die many times. But yeah, you can see them operating the cannon here, right? Again, this cannon is about to be under attack, but pressurizing it, loading it. And I think they're about to be attacked. And this video has copyrighted music over it, so that's why I have it muted. And then they get attacked. But being on the cannons, man, is dangerous. It's easy to get overwhelmed. Like this guy. Fucking holy shit. Look at this guy. What? Holy. He actually, I think, directly kills this guy right here. Oh man, that's actually like right in the heart. Also, is that testicles hanging from the fucking cannon? I didn't notice this the first time I watched this video. Excuse me? That's funny as fuck. What? The cannon has truck nuts? No fucking way. The cannon having truck nuts is fucking insanity. That's so funny. But yeah, there you go. That is Gorgor Bay's cannon. But that guy eventually gets killed. But he took a few with him. But yeah, you can see here. This wasn't the cannon I was operating. They have an apparatus for containing the cannonballs. The cannon that I was operating, and I couldn't find footage of it. But basically, I was essentially, in my supporting role, I was the ball boy, where I literally had a giant sack of like these like red foam like dodgeball things. I had a giant it was like my entire back that I'm just holding over my back, like of these. And then my job was to just make sure there's always a cannonball ready to like get loaded in. I wasn't the one loading it, but I was one making sure there's a ball ready to go. Okay. And this cannon, it also was operated a little bit differently to this cannon in terms of, you know, how it was pressurized and operated. But I was the one basically just, instead of this compartment, there was like two of us that had were basically mobile storage for it. And the first battle, let me see if they have, I think this footage is from the first battle. And actually, you guys are not ready for this footage. So I'll explain what's happening here. So you can't really see the front line, but I'm going to explain what happened here. But this is the fort. This is inside the fort. You can see the walls here. It's a battle inside the fort. At the beginning of the battle, we posted our cannon up right at the front gate. Let me see if I can get a shot without this guy away. But yeah, about here is the front gate. And we posted up our cannon right at the front gate, and we're just blasting anybody who tries to get through the front gate. Also worth noting, cannonballs are one-shot kills. And notably, they're one-shot kills against, shields, too. If you're holding a shield and it gets hit by a cannonball, you're dead. So, and also you deal damage to monsters too, or decent damage to monsters as well if you hit them. So we posted up right in the main gate and we're just blasting people. But eventually, they make a push through the front gate and they capture the position that our cannon was at. Now, I survive. However, now that the cannon is captured, at this point, nobody had briefed me on the rules of what happens when a cannon is captured, like, or how it respawns. And so, and keep in mind, I didn't bring any armor, any equipment. My sole job I was supposed to do was operate a cannon, and now I have no cannon to assist because it's been captured. So look who shows up in this footage, not knowing what the fuck to do. Wait for it. Who is that guy walking around with no fucking sword? No, not even, I think, a helmet for this battle. I was just... Who is that just fucking walking around? Oh, man. Look at this guy. I literally stop. You can literally see me stop and look and be like, what the fuck am I gonna do? I don't have shit. I don't have a sword. I don't have armor. The cannon I was assisting is now being captured. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I'm literally at this point just a headless chicken. I have no objective, no goal, no way to contribute, no way to fight. I'm just... Also, the guy pans to track me for some reason. I don't know if this was intentional, but he pans as I move off screen. I'm about to go off screen. And the guy's like, wait, I need to see what this guy's doing. Oh, man. At this point, I just walk back to spawn. Because I'm like, I think that's the only way this works, is that the cannon probably just has to respawn back at spawn at some point. So I just walk back to spawn, but that shit's funny. I only found myself in this footage later. Like literally earlier today, I found myself in this footage. Yeah, that is me just walking off. Also, you might notice my hair, I don't know if you can make it out. I was wearing my hair down this whole time. I usually had my hair up, but I just realized in this camp setting, I could not maintain my hair. Which also is, oh, you see my goatee actually, a little clip of it. Which actually is also a help. If anyone's found me in the Coliseum, that's also a hint. I don't have my hair up, my hair's down. So again, I'm putting in a bounty. Bounty's still out there, don't know what it is yet, but you will be rewarded if you find me in that Coliseum. At the Monster Pit picture. But yeah, there you go. This is, me being fucking clueless and not knowing what the fuck to do now that the cannon got captured. But yeah, that's the type of chaos that was happening. And again, that's the scene of this battle. I don't know if there's any more footage from that part of the battle where it's inside the fort. I mean, he shows off the back paths where, like, this is out the back of the fort. There's like a tunnel. This shit's pretty cool, but people were, I think, skirmishing here, but not like the main battle. Actually, here's the front gate. I think from the outside though, or is this the inside? It looks like the inside. I don't know. Does the cannon appear in this footage? Is that the cannon there? I can't tell. It might be. Because I remember we were posted up here, because that's the front gate. We were posted up here. But I don't see it. This cameraman's terrible. It's literally POV footage. Keep in mind, any cameras have to be concealed. So this guy probably just found a way to install his camera on his chest. You can't have a camera or a phone like readable, so you can't just hold out your phone and start taking video. That's not allowed. You have to find a way to make your phone concealed. So this is why the shot is direct POV, right? Like, So I can't see if the fucking cannon's there. Just got back from LARP game. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was LARPing, man. I was LARPing. This is pretty accurate POV footage of this stuff, though. But yeah, I can't tell you how satisfying it was to operate the cannon. I'll go back to some cannon footage. Like, operating this stuff was so satisfying. And especially, it felt really good to work as a team. Because honestly, to operate these cannons, it does take a team. You need somebody holding the ball, someone reloading, someone actually setting up the firing mechanism and then firing, people protecting the cannon, like dedicated guards. Like, it's a team. And when the cannon like one-shots like a fucking shield wall and takes out 3 guys, the cheers from the cannon as you take them out is fucking awesome, man. Finished making my first piece of plate. Sheesh. I did not make my own armor. I just used aluminum chainmail. Although I was not wearing it for this battle. But yes, operating the cannons, fucking awesome. Because when I was doing the actual combat, getting through a shield wall or doing anything to a shield wall felt hopeless. But finally operating the cannon and taking out shield walls and people in shield walls and it being one-shots, oh, it felt oh so good, man. It felt oh so good. Finally getting some payback on those shield walls when otherwise you can't do shit. At one point, we also took out a monster with the cannon. Oh my god, the cheers that erupted from the front line when we took out the monster with a fucking cannon shot. Oh man. That shit was fun. But yeah, that was the first battle. You can also see the fort here. Like, this fort is legit. It's not completely done construction. There's points where it's like there's gaps, but no, the fort is legit. The fort is absolutely legit and fucking awesome. This is footage from the other battle. Also, this footage has more like frontline what it's like. The claustrophobic feeling of being in a shield wall is captured much better in this POV footage. Also, another French warning. Again, not the best camera work, but this is like some shield wall versus shield wall. I think in a choke point here. It's not like a... Dude, look, like, what the fuck do you do against this? This is why this shit is fucking meta, man. Tower shields with fucking, like, pikes in the background, like, holy, man. Not even the most well-organized wall that I saw, but this shit, when you come up against this, it's like, what the fuck do I do, man? Again, I'll try to get to some other footage of, like, this seems more open, of just him going around the battlefield. Dude, look at the fucking dust, by the way. I don't know if you see all that fucking dust. But I kid you not, after the battle, or after these battles, when you blow your nose, it's actually just dirt. It's kind of fucking gross. It's like black fucking, ugh. A lot of fucking dirt. Because look at all the dust being kicked up. Also water trolleys going around. That's a respawn point, I'm pretty sure. Trying to get to a point where he's like in some frontline action again. What happened here? Oh, it's a monster. I see. Because look at, you can see it in the background here. Just look at this. Fucking people getting chopped up, and then the immediate panic. Like look at this. You can see the monster just fucking taking people out. Like look at this. Holy. And just the immediate line break when that monster. Oh, they literally just run into this guy, man. But this is what I mean. You just have panic that sets in when some of these situations happen.
Good job.
Also, dude, all these fucking arrows, man. They're everywhere. Basically, the point is that, like, or when arrows go, also ballista bolts. I also forgot to mention I got hit directly by a ballista bolt while operating a cannon. That was also in the first battle. I was operating the cannon, and we were head-to-head with a ballista. It was literally cannon versus ballista. And I guess when you're holding a giant bag of ammo, you're kind of a target. But I got hit by the ballista bolt, like, right, like, here. At the point you're dead, you can't talk. So I die, but I still have the bag on. So the guy, one of the other people in the cannon, as I'm dead, is just, like, ripping the bag off me. Because they still need the ammo. Even if I'm dead, they need the ammo. So I'm dead as this guy's ripping the ammo off my dead body. He literally, I got looted, bro. I got fucking looted. I dropped an ammo pack. And I got fucking looted, man. Also try to find some other, again, this guy's footage is like, again, his camera's concealed, so you can't see much most of the time, but... Holy, what was that noise? Also, yes, people were just going around spraying with water as well. I think he has another video here where he's doing some more stuff. But again, his camera gets so fucked. You didn't tell the story? I'm getting to that story. Don't worry. But look at this dude's fucking camera, man.
Go.
Oh my god. Look at look at this shit, man. Like, what do you do against this? Like, if you're just one guy and this is what you're up against, like, look at all these fucking pole arms.
On peut push. Je vais rentrer là.
Also, this guy here is dead. This spot is so fucking scary. When you die and you're caught in the middle of this shit, but you don't have an easy way out. In this case, I think if this guy's on yellow, I think he should ask his team to make room for him to just leave. But there's situations sometimes where you're dead in a spot like this, where you're dead between like two shield walls. In the first battle, there was a point where I died and then I was caught between two shields walls, and I had to literally like fucking rummage myself into a tree nearby and wait for the front line to like move a bit before I felt like I could get out safely, because this shit is honestly terrifying to be dead when you're right in the middle of it. Oh, he's going. Oh, he's going. I think he died. And that's what happens when you go against a shield wall. You fucking die. It looks like it was part of a push, though. But yeah. How do you knock out trample? They're crushed or hurt. You get hurt. How do you not? You do, is what happens. I was lucky not for it to happen to me, but people do get hurt doing this. But yes, I do have to tell. So what the fuck is this thing? Is that one of their ballistas? But anyways, yes, there is a story in the second battle of operating the cannon. And I'm going to try to get to footage that would be relevant. I think this guy has relevant footage. I'll go to the cannon footage where they get stormed, because that's relevant to what happened to me. So, this situation... actually, the Gorgor Bay cannon was right beside our cannon as well. I think when almost this exact same push happened. So I was nearby in this area, and I think this is a similar exchange. But I was the one holding the ammo in the giant sack. And we had a push like this come up against our cannon, right? And in a similar fashion, our main cannoneer died like this. Okay, some skirmisher breaks through, takes out our cannon operator. I look to my left, and to be fair to the guy operating our cannon, he committed hard to the bit, because he died, and I look to my left and I see him slumped over the cannon. Like, he literally ragdolled and his head was just like he literally died on the cannon. And I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna die. So, and I saw the writing on the wall. It was a similar situation like this. Our main cannon operator dies. There's a fucking shield wall advancing in front of us, almost exactly like this. And yes, I think here, the cannon literally gets captured. But in my situation, I'm like, I'm gonna die. I need to get out. If I stay here, I'm dead. So I run away. Why not just flee? That's what I did. I ran away. Only then, after I've ran away and gone to safety, do I realize I have, all our ammunition. Because at this point, actually, I was carrying 2 bags of ammo by myself. I forget why I had 2 in this context, but I had 2. During the course of battle, shit happened. I ran away with all the ammo. I had hit the bricks, but I had all the fucking ammo. So the cannon was completely useless now. Because I had all the ammo. Now that the cannon got captured. But in a similar situation to before, where I don't have any weapons, the cannon's been captured, I don't know what the fuck to do. And now not only do I not know what the fuck to do, imagine, let me go back to the image of me doing fucking nothing and not knowing where the fuck I'm supposed to be. Because that's in this video too, I think. Where is that? Where is that? Where is me looking like a fucking idiot? Here. So, yeah, this footage. So, imagine a similar image to, oh my god, is that not it? I swear this is the footage where I'm just walking around looking like an idiot. Oh, yeah, it is. So imagine this guy. Imagine this, but now I have 2 giant sacks of cannonballs on my back, and I'm just looking around like, what the fuck do I do with this? Isn't that good? And if it was captured, they have no ammo, that works for your team. So no, it doesn't. Because this game, or this LARP, has healers. Which means if the front line were to shift back and recapture the cannon, the healers could heal our cannoneers, and the cannon could be operational again. But in this case, because I had ran away, even if they got healed and got it operational again, they wouldn't be able to use the fucking cannon. which is what happened. I didn't know this, but the front line after I ran away recaptured the cannon. But because I had ran away with all the ammo, they couldn't use it. So eventually, I'm just doing laps, and eventually I see that our cannon is up again, and I run over to the cannon, and they're like, "Why did you run away?" And I'm like, I don't know. I panicked and I thought I needed to live. They're like, no. When you're a cannoneer, you die with the cannon. Okay? Die with the cannon, and then that's how you play it. At least you came back. Now you've learned. We can get back in the action. I was like, okay, thank God. They weren't too mad about it. I assume I had gotten back in a somewhat timely manner of the cannon being operational again. Because they weren't too mean to me. But they were like, don't do that again. Next time, you die with the ship. You go down with the ship. And if we get revived, then we're fully operational. Where if you run away, that is just not the case. So yeah, I learned that day. You go down with the ship if you're a cannoneer in a LARP, okay? You go down with the ship. But yeah, that was a moment. Not my finest moment. Again, imagine this guy, but he has literally 2 fucking giant fucking sacks of cannonballs. It's literally this exact same feeling of what the fuck do I do now? Except I had a shit ton of ammo. But yes, we did get back. We were fully operational again. And the second battle... Victoire! Victoire pour l'Empereur! We won. Which felt good, because honestly, the very first battle we got owned. This fort battle was kind of a tie. And then in the final battle of the day, we won. We definitely won that battle. Despite my best efforts and my trolling, running away with the cannon ammo, we definitely won the last fight. Or the last battle at the LARP. I'm going to go through some other footage this guy has, because some of it's really funny. Because this guy literally just YOLOs into enemy territory all the time, and it's really funny. Because this playstyle is kind of insane. Because usually you really want to work as a team for this type of stuff. But there's one footage where he just... There's this one with the archers, but there's another one where he just fucking yeets himself across the battlefield. I need to find that footage, because it's crazy. And it's pretty funny to watch, where he just fucking yois himself. Not here. Is it after this one? I mean, this one he is just fucking charging in. Dude, look at this POV. He died immediately, because that's what happens. Here's some camp, some cannon stuff. Post-battle stuff. I think there's more footage. There's one where he literally just fucking books it, man. I want to see that one. Horsies, by the way. Explores the cannon area. What else is in here? Random fighting and scrapping. Oh man, there's one where he literally just fucking... It looks so funny. I can't find it though. Is it this one? He literally does Leroy Jenkins into the enemy. Oh, it's this one. Yes, this one is so funny. Okay, so this guy is just chilling. And then all of a sudden, dude, I'm calling it an animation because it looks like a fucking animation. Look at this dude go. Look at the home run call. Look at the home run call. He points. And he... yo. It just looks fucking comical, man. I think he dies immediately. Oh, he fucking dies instantly. But this fucking mad dash is awesome. Dude, look at this shit. Doom. Oh man, dude. That's just funny as fuck. He literally didn't get a single kill doing that, by the way. He just ran in and died on his own. But yes, the battle was fucking sick. And we won, which is what matters. But yeah, this shit was the fucking best. This shit was the best. Do I have any other images? I'll just throw up this combat image. We're nearing the end of the stories, which is crazy because it's been like 4.5 hours and there's still stuff I skipped. But yeah, run away with the ammo. Oh yeah, so after the battle, I helped put away the cannon, and the cannoneers are like, hey, what's your name? Also, I have not mentioned to this point, when you are doing this, when you're LARPing, you don't say your real name, you have a LARP name. Does anyone want to guess my LARP name? It should be pretty easy to get. Bob? Close. Yeah, Pavi. I went with Pavi. It was not Pavois. Pavois would have been really funny, though. Je m'appelle Pavois. I just went with Pavi. So I said, yeah, I'm Pavi. Look, Pavi's a good name. Although, oh my god, it was crazy. Every time I introduced myself, I'm Pavi. Everyone went like, oh, you're Javi? Dude, everybody thought it. I got asked so many times, oh, Javi. I'm like, no, it's Pavi. I thought for sure Pavi. It's so short, it's so simple, but everyone thought I was saying Javi. But no, it's Pavi. But yeah, I introduced myself. I'm like, hey, I'm Pavi. And they're like, you know what? Honestly, they were very nice. They were like, great work out there. Like, thanks so much for helping us out. If you spot us or if you come by our guild later today, we'll give you a beer. We'll give you a drink. So, later in the evening, I take them up on their offer. I pull up to the guild. I think it's called the Cabal. Le Cabal. Or Le Cabal. And honestly, that was pretty fucking cool. Because it turns out the guy on the cannon, who was doing a lot of the cannon operation, he was the leader of that guild. And so when I went to the camp and I was chatting with him, he was showing me their camp. He brought me into his, like, this giant lodge he had built. And you walk into this lodge and you're like, holy shit. Like, it's pretty fucking cool. But it was, oh my god, this is so funny. He brings me inside and there's a giant, like, luxury bed nestled into the corner of this, like, cabin lodge. And on the bed is none other than the fucking sacks full of cannonballs. Just sitting on this bed. And I'm like, I thought I had escaped you. I thought I had escaped you. I thought the memories of that era had just started to fare. And then I walk into the fucking guy's lodge and they're fucking there on the fucking bed. I'm like, oh my god. It's a funny image. It's a very funny image. But yeah, apparently the guy running the cannon was a big shot. Apparently his guild's pretty old. And then as I'm chatting with him, other people come in and the fucking guild leader of Gorg, like, when I say big shot, I mean big shot within, like, the in-game politics of, like, the Empire. Like, he's a high-ranking guy in the game, in the world, and when we were talking, he's also like, yeah, I also work for Bickley, and I work for, like, the site. But as I'm talking with him, the guild leader, again, Gorgor does not exist anymore, but the guild leader of Gorgor Bay also walks in, and all of a sudden, I'm literally level 1 peasant cannon guy who ran away with the ammo, is just sitting around with, like, 3 world leaders of the fucking world. I'm just sitting there, like, oh yeah. Yeah. They're like, oh, who was operating the cannon today, or who helped with the cannon? And then the guy, the leader of fucking Le Cabal points at me and is like, yeah, this guy over here was helping me out with the can, and he was doing. I felt like I was a fucking foot soldier getting like honors. But I was literally just chilling with the fucking with a bunch of fucking influential Empire people, because that's who the guilds were associated with the Empire. But I felt so out of place. I was like, I'm literally just a grunt soldier, but I'm just chilling in like one of the like most influential people, or some of the most influential people in the game. I'm just chilling with them in this guy's fucking cabin. Also, the beer was really good. I don't know what beer they had, but I took one sip of that beer. I'm like, oh shit. It's very rare for me to have a sip of beer and be like, wow, that's good. But because I'm not a huge beer guy, I drink it once in a while, but that was some good ass beer they had. But yeah, that shit was fucking fire. Yeah. And eventually I left, and honestly, I think I called it a night after that. Oh no, I did not call it a night. There's party stories, but there was a party going on in our guild tent that there's some stories from, but I don't want to get into those right now. There's a bunch of stories I did not tell, by the way. I'm looking through the list. I got through a lot of them, or the big notes, but yeah. Saturday was the last day of La Grande Bataille, and the switch in the morning to Sunday morning was so funny. Because the whole week, you've been seeing people in medieval attire, in full gear. You've seen people in that context the whole week. And then all of a sudden, you see the same people in like fucking hoodies and jeans and graphic tees. And you're like, this feels so wrong. This is so fucking weird now. Also, there was a bunch of people who had glasses where I'm like, wait, you wear glasses? And they're like, yeah, I just had contacts in for this week. And I'm like, what the fuck? Suddenly they're different people. It really felt that way. Maybe not in their personalities and demeanor, but it really felt like, oh my god, like, you really are, for that week, you feel like you are living in this world. I was very good, for the most part, of not using my phone the entire week. I think I only looked at my phone when I was in the tent, and even then for maybe like 5 minutes at a time, and most of the time I had no signal anyway, so it didn't matter, even if I was looking at the phone. Honestly, if I looked at my phone and a message even got through, I was like, oh shit. Like, so it was really nice to have a week to be completely disconnected for the most part, with a few exceptions of like a few messages I had to respond to. But for the most part, especially during the day, I almost never looked at my phone. Or honestly, I never felt the want to either. There was just so much happening each and every day, so much to do, that like I didn't need to look at my phone. And also, I'm going to switch to a more general image of the site, because this is a more generalization and wrap up of the stories. It was just a wonderful... It was a wonderful time, and also was active. It felt really good to just be active and out and doing stuff each and every day. Even on the days where we weren't doing anything or couldn't do anything because of the heat, it was just nice to be outside. And the site itself is beautiful. And walking around it and meeting people and socializing. Like, I've mainly been focusing on the stories where I'm doing stuff and activities. But I have so many stories of just meeting people and talking with people, and fun party stories or fun drinking stories, or just coincidences and moments that are just really funny that I probably will tell eventually, but I just wanted to focus on the main beats for this one, at least. And it was just, I'd say it was actually a pretty big boost for a few things. It was a big boost for my confidence, a big boost for my, I guess, confidence in my, like, not athleticism, but like it made me motivated to be more active when I got back, even though I was sick and immediately crashed, unfortunately. But I still have that, like, that desire now to get active again and build my life or construct my life in a way where I am more active and doing stuff, because it just felt good to be doing stuff and being active every day. And yes, no phones, just people living in the moment, unironically. it's nice to talk to people and know that no one else has a phone. I don't know what it is about it, but like knowing that it's not even on the table or possible for the most part, just changes the dynamics of interactions. And honestly, I realized a lot of the time when I'm in social situations and getting in my own head, it's because I'm on my phone for whatever reason. Not to say that my social confidence went extremely through the roof. I think I still struggle in contexts where I don't know anybody, but I felt way more comfortable just jumping in on conversations than I ever did usually. Like sometimes just waiting in line for a drink, people would be talking in front of me and I just join the conversation. Or even on day one, where like people are sitting down for meals for the first time, I just pulled up to a group of people. I'm like, hey, can I sit here and eat with you? I was by myself at the time, and I sat down, ate with them, and throughout the whole week, I chatted with them, helped them with quests, like, and that was just from a random interaction of like, I'll just sit like with these people I don't know and just talk with them. And that happened quite a few times over the course of the week, where the opportunities and the social opportunities felt plentiful. And I wasn't staring at my phone and in my own head for the most part. There were still times I was in my own head. I still struggle at parties, I'd say. When it's in a party context and it's hard to hear people and you don't know anybody, that's still tough for me. But when it's just everyday interactions or inactivities and interacting with people in that way, it was great. It was great to socialize. It was great not to look at my phone all the time. It was nice to have full days, every day of activities. And like I said, like at the beginning, it felt like a week where years happened. In terms of just events and stories and fun. And, yeah. Unironically, 10 out of 10 would recommend to anybody. Literally anybody. I think even if you're not into LARPing, as long as you're okay with camping in some form, and I thought I wasn't into camping, by the way. My only camping experience as a kid were all negative, so I was kind of apprehensive about camping. But honestly, I ended up not really having an issue like camping at all. So if you're okay with camping, you have like slightly nerdy interests or hobbies, but even if you don't, honestly, I think you could have a good time at this event. Especially in the evenings, like the vibes in the evenings and the programming and the events and the festivities and the quests and the battles and the training, like there's just so much you can do, and there's so much depth to dig into. I didn't even mention one time. Okay, there's another quick rapid fire story. One time, me and a friend ended up sitting beside this guy who had a giant ass scroll, and we're like, well, what's the scroll? He's like, oh, this scroll is death and pestilence incarnate, trapped and sealed, that I have to protect. And I'm like, oh. and again, this guy has a bunch of like, I'm just eating my shawarma wrap, and this guy's fucking going off about all the lore surrounding the scroll and the weapons required to destroy it and how he's on the run, and like, but that's the type of stuff where that's the amount of depth that if you want it, is there. If you want your character to like, or your presence in the LARP and the roleplay to have significance, and you want to be a part of the story and the politics and the economy or anything like that, or even carve out your own niche of stuff, like the opportunities are there to do it. And it really is something where what you put in, you will get back in terms of effort. For me, I didn't put a lot into that side of the game. I was mainly focused on like combat because that was the initial draw for me. But next time I'd consider doing a lot more like different stuff, and definitely more questing as well, because there's quests and you can do in-game currency stuff and you can buy stuff with in-game currency. There's a lot going on, and it's fucking awesome. Okay, oof. That's a lot of yapping. Then ask if I could have it. Why would I want it? Yes, sir. Could I please have your scroll of pestilence and death? What do you have to protect it? A borrowed sword? Dude, I'm not taking that. I don't want it. He's a way better protector for that than I ever could be. Yeah, souvenir. Yeah, I'll bring it back. Why not? Insane Guy, if you want to come over to Canada and make it your mission to steal this guy's scroll, you can do it, but I'm not going to be the one to do it. All right. If you want to go to the outskirts of Trois-Rivières at Quebec or en Quebec, I forget. I get my on and my ahs mixed up all the time. But be my guest. Be my guest. But yes, highly recommend. 10 out of 10. I highly suggest going to Bicoline. I will say it is expensive, especially since it's all bring your own stuff. Like, I had to spend money on aluminum chainmail for the battle. Now, you can go in with no equipment if you want, but yeah. It sounds so hardcore. It's only as hardcore as you want it to be. There's a bunch of people doing stuff that's way more casual. And if you want to be in the battles, you don't have to be an active participant. You can either spectate it, or you can help out with the water people, making sure people have water, and you can still get to see the battle if you don't want to be part of it. Like, again, I think there's literally something or a role for everybody in this place. But yeah, highly recommend it. And yeah, unironically, not embarrassing to say, one of the best weeks I've ever had. It literally from front to back, even when stuff was tough and, you know, the heat was bad and there were problems and hiccups, that's all part of this type of stuff. You can't expect it to be perfect. It was as perfect a week as it could have been under the circumstance. I met so many cool people, so many cool memories, so many cool stories, which I've shared like a chunk of with you today. Entertainment, events, like, why'd that be embarrassing? That's why I'm saying it's actually not. Like, when I say it out loud, I'm like, actually, nah, that's not embarrassing. That's not embarrassing. It's actually just so fire. Now, for the Owlman, dude, Owlman did not have a good time. But yeah. I don't know, this feels like a 4-hour ad. Getting on 5-hour ad for Bicoline, but there you have it. I still have more stories, which I'll probably just dedicate for a Yapis time. Most of the stories that are interpersonal or related to parties or related to meeting people, I didn't include here. Just because they're not the big main stuff, but yeah, highly recommend. And you know what? Maybe I'll see some of you there next year. So if you do want to know about this stuff, just search up Bicoline. The Grand Bataille happens in the summer. It's a 1-week event at Bicoline, but Bicoline has year-round events. So, but the Grand Bataille is the time to come, for sure. At least from somebody who's only been to the Grand Bataille. They have other events, but they're much more LARP intensive. Still cool, but like they have like 72-hour, 24-hour scenarios type stuff. But yeah. And if you're into LARP, bro, you actually, if you're into LARP, this is mandatory. If you're into LARP, this is mandatory. You simply have to go to this. You have to go to the Grand Bataille or Bicoline at least once. And trust me, it's worth it. It's definitely worth it. But yeah. There you go. That is the Bicoline Pavise LARP Chronicles. How I spent a week going to war, to battle, in a medieval fantasy setting like nowhere else in the world. Alright? I hope you enjoyed those stories. That was a lot. Hence 5 hours. Holy shit, 5 hours. Jesus Christ. I don't know how I'm going to condense that into a video. But yes. You didn't do any LARP before that? How can you say it's mandatory for those who LARP a lot? Because everybody I know or met there who LARPs a lot says they have never done anything like this before, and this is insane. So I'm relaying the word of actual LARPers. And relaying it to the other LARPers in this chat. It sounds like there's one or two. But yeah, I honestly, next year, I'm gonna probably try to go again. I want to go again. Maybe do a bit more, be a bit more prepared. But I may have to turn in multiple parts. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Also, I don't know what guild I will be in either. Listening to the background like a podcast. No, I haven't looked at the viewer count at all. How many people were watching? It doesn't really matter, but we were around like 30 to like 20, 30 to 20. Makes sense. But yeah, there you go. There's Bickaline story time. I don't know if I have any other updates. Actually, I do. First of all, I hate to say this again, but there's not going to be any streams until probably next week. Because this week I'm out again. Again, this is standard for the Pavise Productions channel. In the summer, I am doing stuff. For example, this month, literally beginning of the month, I was at Evo. Middle of the month, I was at Bickaline. And then this past week, I was sick. And then this next week, I'm traveling again. So, I'm doing stuff. The first week of September, I'll probably stream for that week. And then I'm gone for another 2 weeks in September. So, yeah, the streams are going to be sporadic, unfortunately. Which is a shame, because I really do want to stream more. But at the same time, real life takes priority, so. Yeah. I might try to get an IRL stream in there, too. Also, highlights will keep going up. I know people are asking about Reddit recaps and chat plays from epilogue. I think my plan for the epilogue now is once the highlights have gone through, I think that's a good time to do a epilogue or revisiting of the playthrough. But it might take a while though. But once the highlights are cut up, I think that's the time that makes the most sense. So that when everybody is on the same page, we all have a look back at the playthrough together. And you look through all the stats, and I think that's the time that makes the most sense. But it means it might be a bit till we do an epilogue stream. But I think that timing makes the most sense. When we do a Reddit recap, it wouldn't feel right. So, Reddit recap, I guess, here's the thing. Most of the Reddit recap is chat play FE stuff. Unless I look at the Reddit right now and there's like, is there stuff from this stream already? If there's stuff from this stream, I'll take a quick look. But no, there isn't from this stream. There's some Uma Musume posting. But ultimately, most of the Reddit is chat plays FE stuff, so I'll just go back in the time to when the playthrough ended in the subreddit. But yeah, it's just my stream time is very limited. Just because I'm traveling so much right now and I'm doing stuff and I'm not home. And I want to spend that time that I do have streaming doing new stuff. Or doing stuff like this. So, yeah. Just how it is. I'd rather put the stuff... One, I want to do other stuff. And two, it makes the most sense to do the stuff later. Also, man, the Uma Musume video did very well. Which is a motivator for me to do different stuff. It's also very funny seeing this chat go from like, what the fuck is this? To like, literally beginning of the stream was like all Uma Musume references from this chat. Which is crazy. I don't know if I'll stream Uma Musume again specifically, but I'm going to be streaming other games that I'm into. So maybe we do more Uma Musume though. We could. But that's what I mean of like the possibilities are very open. They're very open. More Mahjong, that too. Yeah, I like the variety stuff too. But yeah, there you go. Chess stream. I have done, I guess it'd be more chess streams because I have done chess streams before. In fact, man, the chess streams were legendary, the ones we have done. So yeah, maybe some more chess. 23k on chat plays Uma? Yeah. 23k on chat plays Uma. But that's the confidence boost I need when I do other stuff, right? But it makes me... It's a confidence booster where I'm like, I can make stuff for other games, and the core audience here will watch it, which is about 1,000. And then if the video is good, I have faith it will break out. So yeah, it's a confidence booster, which makes me just incentivize or want to do more stuff. I so badly want to make a Miguel O Crash Out compilation. I think that shit would be so fucking funny. So Dim Sum Boy, I might be hitting you up for timestamps. Because I need that shit, and I think it would be an incredible compilation. It would actually be an incredible compilation. And I think the community would love it, and I think it would just be a funny video, period. So, the Miguel O Crash Out comp, no joke, that video I think would be an hour plus. Like, no joke. I think there's been so many crash outs at this point at Miguel O Takes that I think the content is there. You know? The content's there. And it would bang. It would bang. But yeah, if you can't tell, my voice is fading a little bit in certain spots. So yeah, no streams this week. Not on Tuesday, not on Thursday. Sunday would be the next stream. I don't know what it will be, but I'm gonna aim to have a stream on Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. Next Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. That'll be my goal. If I can get 3 more streams in before I go on another 2-week break, that would be ideal. And then October, when October rolls around, that's when shit's actually gonna be busting on this channel again. Because around October, November, when it's fall and winter starting to come back in, that's when I'll have the most time. Because I won't be traveling too much. I'll be at home. It'll be cold outside. And that's when real Pavise fans know that's the bread and butter period for the channel. Fall and winter is when I'm most active, for the most part. Summer, dude, look at the upload history of this channel. Summer has always been a dead zone, okay? It's because I do stuff in the summer, all right? So, but yeah. October, November, December, maybe December there'll be interruptions because family stuff, but for the most part, should be pretty sick. And that's when I really want to hit the ground running on some new content. Some new games, new content, more highlights. It'll be good. Okay, 5 hours and 6 minutes. I need to end this fucking stream. All right, and I need to go eat my dinner. So. Also, Dim Sum says he can help. I'll probably DM Dim Sum on Discord and just ask about it. I was with this man at music stage. He dances the same way IRL is on stream. Which dance are you talking about? Are you talking about the K-pop dance, or are you talking about the come on and slam dance? Okay, because I was not doing the K-pop moves. I was not doing the K-pop moves at the music stage. I want to make that clear, okay? I was not doing the whatever this move is to the fiddle music, okay? Dude, the Stan Pavise fucking emote is fucking incredible, though. That shit is pretty fucking funny. Alright. I did not pull out Queen card at the fiddle concert. I did not. Alright. Thank you so much, everybody. Again, look forward to the highlights and look forward to some streams. Not this week, but week after next. Hope you enjoyed this. Dude, Yapis fans are eating today. 5 hours straight of Yapis is crazy. But yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in. Have a good morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are. And I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye now.